にゃにゃめにゃにゃじゅうにゃにゃとのにゃらびでにゃくにゃくいにゃにゃくにゃにゃはんにゃにゃだいにゃんにゃくにゃらべてにゃ。
Wow. I haven't even started yet. You guys are already telling me I'm yapping too much. Y'all so funny. Anyway. Hi. Hi everyone. Hello, hello, hello. That was a test? Aw. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you waste your stuff. Trying to make sure my model does nice model things. Seems like my mouth doesn't want to work today. What else is new? Can I fix that really quick before we actually start? Yes, because for some reason it doesn't save my settings. That's better. Not the best, but we'll take it. My eyes are still gonna do that weird thing. I don't know why. I should put my contacts in today. Hoping for better eye tracking, but I guess not. Yay! You guys can't hear the music yet. It's a little crazy. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Well, thanks, Teddy. Thanks for testing it out. Hi, Zeph. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the lurk. Oh, yes. Hello, Viz. Do you like my outfit? I'm ready for work. I made it so I could run through the lobotomy company yesterday, but I found a good reason to wear it again today. Lab cat. What do you mean? What do you mean this doesn't look like a barbarian game? That's crazy. How's the music? Do the frog blink? So funny how sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. Very fine, yes, because I am dressed for my job. Yes. Very low. Like the game audio is really low? I can turn the game audio up, or is it me? Because Skylar's been complaining about my mic, which I don't know why. One day I'll have all this right, I swear. Should I just put this at 100 and we'll suffer? Wait, I hear Skylar. Wait a minute. Hold on. Alright, never mind. It was a false alarm. Sometimes barbarians have to work in other fields. There's nothing wrong with a barbarian in STEM. Alright, does everything sound good now? Are we good? We're just doing demos today. I think this one has a full game release. I think it has mixed reviews right now, so we're just gonna play the demo and see what it's about. Yeah! Okay. Yay! All right, let's see how middle child. There we go. Got pick say slot too. I'm the middle child. Not the laboratory on Mains with a Z. Sick. 8 a.m. You arrive at the LKA laboratory to start your workday. Go to the file cabinet and select a case file. Okay. Well, that's not... Oh gosh, this is really touchy. Hold on. Why? Why? This is terrible. That's not a filing, whatever. Oh, you have to hold it, guys. You have to hold E. Interact with filing cabinets to select the first tutorial case to learn about. Okay. Tutorial 01 unlocked. This tutorial teaches you about crime scene photography, collecting documenting digital evidence, and analyzing it. Cool. Let's go. Tab. Oh. Tab to open case file. Okay. Tab to open case file. There we go. Jacob Doe. Briefing, witness, tutorial. Okay. How do I do? Navigate list. Change tab. Oh! Interesting police sketch of him. Drug dealer has been caught. All digital devices that he may have used to communicate with his clients must be collected from his apartment. Locate. Okay. So... how do go? Ah. How do go? Press E to travel to the crime scene for your active case. Visit the crime scene now. Collect evidence. Okay. A lot of holding. Training site, Mains. Oh, it took me 12 minutes to get there. I don't know. I don't know if it's good or bad. You've arrived at the training site to learn about the collection of digital devices. Take a look around. Interact with the yellow hints. Okay. Oh my lord. You're gonna tell me how to move, right? WASDA? Oh, C. Okay. Lean mechanic? Okay. Always document evidence before collecting it. Pick up markers from the tool case and place on the next... Okay. Why is everything a hold button? Mysterious murder of Annie Montez. Ah. Well, no, I don't want to pick the smartphone up. I want to put this down. Put it down. There we go. Okay. I thought it was 8:12. What do they mean 4:38? Crazy. That's actually really cool outside. Interesting. The Getaway Murderer. Coloring book for kids. Sick. A hammer. Hammer. Can I crouch? Hello? Was that it? Was that the only thing I was supposed to find? Ew. Oh, the cum sock. Is there anything else? Oh. Costa Rica. Pick up portable evidence like digital devices. Always place a marker. Okay. Yeah, we know that. Okay, so we want to place. Confirm. Okay. I'd like to get up from crouching. Oh, those are napkins. I thought that was underwear for a second. I got really concerned. Anything else? Alright. Chew. Chew. Whoops. Okay. Take picture. Where's... Wait. This room? Yes, this room. Objects are too small. Think they're too small now? Think this is good? No, not this room. This room. Yes. Take picture. Okay. Stand up. Aren't I supposed to take a picture of that? I don't know. Would that count as evidence? I think so, but what? Why does it say 1 again? There we go. Just in case. Not Snoopy asterisk 4-2. Oh man, what was this guy on? Oh Jesus, why did that happen? Okay. Alright, how do I collect said evidence? Because... that's just photos. There's nothing in here? I don't believe that. Okay. Huh. So I can just pick those up? I don't have to like bag and tag them? What, I have to make sure I mark it and put the evidence thing down? That's so weird. Okay, now what? Briefing, witness statement. I don't know. Anything else I need to collect? Why does this one say 11? Why is this guy's clocks all over the place? Is he a Time Lord? We're not in America, I guess. Can I steal his toilet paper? It's not. Oh, are those the evidence I've collected? Oh. Alright, so what else do I need in here? Are we done? Guess we're done. I don't know. So much for a tutorial. Okay, we're back in mains. Oh, wow. Oh! Check the bullet? We can check the bullets. Check the bullets. That's sick. I think we're in Germany, ja? This is how the Germans do the crime scene. Oh no, Zeph. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for your loss, Zeph. Zeph, that's 10 days you could have done anything else, but you were here, and I'm so sorry. We tease him. We tease him. Whiteboard is an overview of your current investigation. Okay. Sure. Press tab to open the case file. It contains all the collected evidence reports and mail. Ote. Guys, I'm Abby Shudo for real. Oh, I love this. Press E to begin desoldering. Ooh, we get to pull things apart. Heat the memory chip evenly, mind the edges, refer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. What do you mean? What do you mean? I always make fun of myself. It's so fun. It's a good time. We gotta bully each other, you know? Okay, after selecting device with optional password. That was the Snoopy password, I remember. Not allowed, wow. Wow. Smartphone. I was hungry, I saw orca, or like okra, and then I saw orca, because there's a C. Okay, what do I do? Oh. Do I do it right? Do I do it right? Are we doing it? Yes? Yes? Oh. Think it'll tell me when I mess it up? I have no idea what I'm doing, okay? A quick vacuum? What? Is this how I suck it up? I didn't think desoldering would be this difficult, I'm gonna be honest. Please let me smash. Please, okay. Biological evidence, I would love to. I like that more. Bullets. Bullets. Not bullets. Okay, where's the digital one? Okay, listen. I know me big dumb, but where am I missing this? Firearm. Okay. Fingerprints. Digital. Yes. No, how do I desolder? Press E. Yes, we did that. Heat memory chip evenly. Mine edges. Refer to the heating camera screen for okay. That's what I thought I did. Once the chip is loose, I guess it will tell me when it's loose? Alright. I was on the right path then. Alright. Boop. We did it! Yay! Boop, boop, boop. Okay, can't do anything else. What do I do now? Exit? Oh. Okay, we did that. Alright, let's do the other one. I just assumed that it would suck it up. I keep forgetting that you have to hold it. Yay, we did it! Okay, now what? There's more that way. Oh, it's one of those thingies. Subterfuge or whatever, where you put the thing in, it does a spin and separates things because it spins. It's cool. Okay. I hope I didn't damage it. Ooh. We decrypted it, guys. Yes, big barbarian hands, very rough. Don't understand how fragile things be, you know. Export the result. Yay! Right. Then we can do you. Did he use the same password for everything? Because sometimes it do be like that. Can I not start decrypting? Oh, this one's gonna take a while. Alright. We'll go F right off. Compiling! It's my favorite part of the job. Can we prepare projectiles? I didn't have any projectiles, so I guess that's not a thing. Fingerprints! Oh my god. I feel like I'm playing Perfect Dark again. Open chamber. So wait, is it just me running the entire lab by myself? Because that's crazy. Interact with your computer, open the email program. Inbox tab receives information related to your case. Mail tab. We decrypted the thing! Yay! Syntax error? Oh no. That's what my wizard's for, because I sure as heck don't know how to deal with that. I don't want to deal with this syntax error. Filing cabinet, okay. You've collected digital evidence. Why'd you send that to me? Alright. That's the bullets. What? Not the kitchen. I love the, like, the erased part. That's so funny. I see. Okay. Computer. Export the result. Can I do anything on this guy? Okay, never mind. Okay. What's that? Hot police. Oh, a banana? Ew. Ew. I saved for banana bread. Grandma special. Oh, I need the tab button. Okay, what do I do now? Did they email it to me? Probably not. Oh. Let me know if it was helpful. I don't think this is how that works, but sure. Let's just send the evidence. Okay. What? Yes. Okay. Ooh. There was more. I got an 80. I passed a tutorial though. Okay. Cold storage. Nice. Fingerprints. Okay, let's do this one. Let's do fingerprints. Oh, I was just watching the things on the bottom of the screen. The hands for the computer, the files for the filing cabinet, and they just kind of... I don't know why that amused me so. Tab. James and John Doe. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's something else. I guess the tutorial level's the same. Go to crime. Be gay, do crime. Learn about collecting and analyzing fingerprints. Hooray. Take a look around. Interact with the yellow hints. Pick up the UV flashlight from the tool case. With it in your hand, move through the crime scene and aim at surfaces. Light. Reveal fingerprints. Afterwards, get the fingerprint kit. Okay. Is that this one? And this is the camera one? Aren't we supposed to take pictures of them too? Wow, this is pristine. Oh. Does it stay lit up? That's funny. Costa Rica! Okay. How are there not, like, fingerprints everywhere? Like, there's no fingerprints all over that drill? Is the suspicious stain fine? I know, I told you, that's the jizz sock. Let's not look at that one for too long. Like, where are the fingerprints on the handles? After the fingerprint has been highlighted by the UV flashlight, hold E to extract it. Add powder. Do not overshoot. Uh-oh, if you apply too much, press 2 to select and remove brush. Oh, okay, thank God. Once fingerprint has been prepared. Yes, but I have to document it, right? I would assume yes. Well, I could have just flushed valuable evidence down the drain there. Alright, cool. What the heck is that? Evil. There are no fingerprints, like, throughout this house. There's no way. Only 2 whole fingerprints? General evidence can be collected at the crime scene and processed later in lab using the cyanidrolytic fuming chamber. Oh. Okay. Alright, now, if I would... No, not this one. Thank you. One. Two. Three. I see it? Great. Who? Door? Door. Tree. Add powder. I don't know how much powder's powder. That's probably too much powder. Remove powder. Tape. Boop. Oh. It's just that simple, everybody. Try it again. Okay. Then we do our tape. Then we exit. Just that simple. Okay, and then we want to tag this. We just pick it up with our bare hands. I don't think there was anything else. Oh, he has some black mold problems. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, I have to put my tools away before we can go. Jesus. Okay. Crazy. Press E to start analyzing fingerprints. Hello, Ghost Wolf Prince. Welcome. We're, being gay and doing crimes. Miniature. Notice the fingerprint. Okay. Sure. Okay. Analyze. This part and this part. Okay, hold on. Match. Fingerprints match. Okay, I didn't have to do anything. Sounds like fun. Where do you sign up? Begay or Docrime? Begay or Docrime. Back. Fingerprint. This is not a match. Fingerprints are not a match. That's a lie. Oops. Back. Back? Can we do from John's finger? Oh, I see. I hit the... Why not both? Exactly. Now we're talking. That one's a match. Okay, so then we need to go back and hit this one and say this doesn't match. Okay. And then we gotta go back for this guy. And this one we want to hit no match. Export. Easy. Send help. Okay, that's the results for those guys. Where's the fancy... Where's the gas chamber? There's the gas chamber. What are you gonna tell me about it? We'll wait until the process is complete. Okay. Oh, I have to close... Wine bottle's in it. Now close it. Close it. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Send mail. 1, 2, 3, 4. Send evidence. Now we wait. You correctly matched fingerprints of both rooms to the correct person. Hooray! What does that mean now? Oh! Yes, close the case. My analysis quality, I don't understand, but it's okay. 66 degrees! Woo! Hello, Black Panda. Overly Black Panda. Black Panda. Panda made in Haishta. I feel old now that I said that. Oh god, I'm gonna shut up. If you know what that is, don't at me. Storage unit located in Bahnhofstrasse 21 is suspected of being in use with connection with a cryptocurrency scam. The unit is registered under the name Mark Kuger. Investigators are instructed to secure and analyze any electronic devices found at the scene. Shrugs. You'd call me out, but that would be subscribed to friendly fire. Oh. Bahnhofstrasse 21st. 21? 21st? Storage facility. 2 p.m. You arrive at the storage unit suspected of being used for a cryptocurrency fraud scheme registered under the name Mark Kuger. Locate and secure all electronic devices for analysis. Man, it would be really helpful if I could read. Oh, gee. This is... what? Cat stuck. Cat stuck? Cat can only look at picture. It's beautiful. Google Street View. Let me go? Yes, the same brain cell. We just had, it looks like Google Street View. I can't move. I can't do anything. I can't crouch. I can only pull up my folder. Alright, let's try again. What's the worst that can happen? We're back at Google Street Views? Oh! Okay. I guess we finally made it to the crime scene. The other one we had to take a detour. We probably had to get gas in the SWAT car or whatever. Ooh, don't pick that up yet. No, 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 no. We're looking. Ooh, okay. Where's my cases at? Oh, there's one. Hooray! One! Two! Oh. They needed me to crouch for that, by the way. Two! Thank God these obvious spotlights are pointing at them, or I'd never be able to find them. Three! I'm just looking. No, just in case. I guess that's it. Alright. Not the soda cans. Ew. How could he be like that? What is that supposed to be? I don't know. There's something in there. How do I crouch lower? I don't remember. But I see a thing. I see a thing. Okay, how do we crouch lower? Back to this. C to crouch. Oh, hold C to lie down. Okay, we want to hold C to lie down. Then we're gonna use control. Oh. How do I... Maybe this way? I don't know where to put this. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Anything else? There's another one. I mean, like, technically, but I don't know if this game's gonna work that way. You know? Look, here's another one. Watch these not count at all. Here's another one. I mean, this should count too, because you should be able to swab stuff off of it and get fingerprints. No jumping. Did I miss anything obvious? Because I probably did. That's the password. Okay. Let's go take our pictures. Smile! Hooray! Uh-oh. Okay. See, like, I don't know if this would count. No. Thought I was onto something. Oh dear, that was so close. Alright. Didn't like my cigarette idea. Okay. Pick that guy up. Gotta get closer. Hmm. Give me that. Take this one. I'll take this one. Take this one. And then I guess we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. Just in case. Oh, I thought I was onto something. I thought I was being super smart. Okay, I think that's everything. For now. Alright. Go to the laboratory. Back at the laboratory. Alright, no guns were used. Oh, interesting. Yeah, they didn't give me a fingerprint analysis, so I didn't get to go in there with fingerprints. It's only computers. Computer parts. Well, computer. Can I not just... Gotcha. Two! Yay! We did it! Alright, that's 2. I thought all these motherboards look exactly the same. Whee! Alright, one more. Okay. Hooray! Huh. Hold on. This one. Start decrypting. Export. Back. So we did that one. Now we gotta do this one. Export. Start decrypting. This one's going to take a hot minute. Aww. I want to do ballistics. Ballistics! Wait. Uh-oh. Export results. Phew. I was like, don't make me decrypt it again. No. Start decrypting. Green. This is all the bio stuff, right? We haven't gotten to any of the bio stuff. Yeah. Export results. Back. Back. This one. This one. Start decrypting. Oh boy. Can't go in there. Are those chemicals on top of a radiator? That doesn't seem like a very good idea. What kind of operation are we running here? Just saying. Did we do it all? Yay! We did it! Okay. Nine, 2, 3, 4. Send evidence. I don't know who I'm sending the evidence to. Cross-referencing the data from intact phone, laptop, and damaged phones. Oh. The intact devices provided the planning documents and communication logs, while the damaged phones yield financial evidence. Wallet access, transaction records, all evidence points to storage unit. Okay. Detailed planning material for lunar dodge. Meme coil rug pull. It's a meme coin. More meme coins. Oh, these guys were like real big into it. Okay, cool. Cool. Neat. Recovered digital evidence confirms that storage unit was used to facilitate cryptocurrency rug pull. An intact phone and laptop contain planning documents for lunar meme coin frog. Damaged phones recovered via chip extraction, revealing cryptocurrency wallet access to credentials, transaction records. Data established. Conclusive change of evidence. Planning the launch, coordinating of the timing, inflow, main wallet, subsequent routing to exit wallet. Receive. Okay, so what does that mean? Are we done with this case? Case closed. Oh. Oh, look, we did it. This should be a good case. Yay! Recovered digital evidence from 4 devices confirms that the storage unit was used to support the crucible. Okay. We did it! We got it 100 when it mattered! Not on the tutorial levels! That's why C's get degrees! Proven you can pull encrypted data from a fried device, but a whole stack of cases is waiting for you. Aww. Aww. No DNA analysis, no ballistics. No. That's the full game. I don't know. I know the full game has mixed reviews right now, so I don't know if it's just really buggy or if there's something else going on with it. But this was cute. You guys like CSI? NCIS? Criminal Minds? True crime documentaries? And none of you guys are into that? Okay. No. Well, that was the end of this demo. What'd y'all think? How do I leave? Main menu, baby. Not your cup of tea? I used to have a CSI game back on the... Gosh, it played on the Millennium Edition, the 2000s Windows computer. I don't know how old that game is, but it's an old game. I loved it. It was so fun. I love my true crimes and CSI. Speaking of, on next one. This one says the controller is better, but let's just change our stuff. Okay. Let's get this to work. What's our next problem? Yay! I have more forensics. More forensics, if you would. It's feline forensics and the Meowseum Meowstery. They didn't put a meow at mystery. I don't know why they didn't. Okay, I'm clicking new game. The music's actually really quiet for this one, so... It's a kitty! Oh, with a kitty claw. What the fuck? This kitty and this kitty. I don't even know if you can see my mouse, but those are two very different kitties. That's not what I was expecting to see. It threw me for a loop. Another long day. Street lamps are already on and I haven't been in my office yet. I should check my computer. I'm sure I have at least a few emails waiting by now. I switched to Alan. I was trying to be Inspector Gadget and Alan came out. Although if it's not the commissioner, you see? He needs to be Inspector Gadget. Volunteering me for debriefs, I'll have to put my paw down. Okay, oh, look at this. Paper Mario-esque. Oh, meow. I can't even meow or anything. Base. Alright, let's see if this old litter box still works. He's calling his computer a litter box. Oh my god. I just need to log in and... It won't take my password. Somebody here has my whiskers twitching. This might turn into a regular investigation. I'll start tracking all my leads on this bulletin board in case I need to reference them again. The Q button. Unknown password. If I changed it, I certainly would have written it down or put a note in my desk. Okay. Nope. Let's see. What should I take a look at? The desk. It's possible I wrote the password down and threw it in my desk drawers. Okay, not in the top drawer. Surely, it will be in the bottom drawer. Aha! This must be it. Wait, no. This is just a standard department business card. Following procedure requires that I enter it into evidence, but unfortunately this might be more serious than it seems. What? Is he okay? I found my desk old business cards. It's got a laser pointer, guys! Look at the laser pointer! Backspace? Space. E. Oh. The kitty eye? Space. Oh, of course! I knew there was something else here. Why didn't I think to flip it over, that business card, sooner? Why didn't you? I don't know. Where's the cat paw? I don't know, dude. The laser distracted me. The extension written here belongs to the department manager. Luckily, I would classify this as an emergency. Or should I give them a call immediately and let them know what's going on? No. Can I look at anything else? I guess not. I guess we just gotta call. Alright. The phone. Now that I have the department manager's extension, I can give them a call about my computer. Good evening, detective. I hope this is important because I'm in the middle of dinner with my family. Apologies, but we might have a security issue. My computer's password is inexplicably changed. I hate to break this news to you, detective, but the inexplicable is, in fact, quite explicable. If I do recall, this is the second time this week you've interrupted my wife's delicious home-cooked meal. I'm sorry? From what I could gather, you were on another milk-fueled banter. Through the slurred speech, why did they get drunk on milk? Yes, cat puns, absolutely. Do it. I've already made this game. Very funny. Forensics. Feline forensics. Get it? It's fur. Forensics. Anyway. You told me you changed your own password. And this is the part where I'm so embarrassed you tell me the password, correct? I would consider, but you also informed me that you hid it somewhere. Somewhere that only a detective of your caliber would be able to find. So get on with it, and ensure that not a single report on this matter is out of place tomorrow. And let me reiterate. Thank you. I can't read, guys. And let me reiterate, while you're in right mind, do not call me again unless it is a real emergency. Click. I think if I had just forgot my password, this wouldn't be as humiliating. Either way, I'm not my proudest moment, but I can make up for that, even if I am technically this crime's primary suspect. retracing my steps, following the proper timeline, and correcting any inconsistency in case notes will be paramount. Is the password 1? I hope so. Okay, Z. The detective left his office late last night, and at some point after, the department network was hacked. What? How could I dispute this? Testimonies? Oh, it's like Phoenix Wright. I see, that makes sense. The department manager did confirm that nothing was hacked. Embarrassingly, just a bit too much indulgence on my part. That being said, I've only got a rough outline from here. Why a rough outline? You're a kitty. And they won't settle for anything less than perfection. It's time to thoroughly investigate the rest of my office and use my journal to fill in every blank necessary. Sleuthing skills at test. Did you know that you could rotate the camera? The zoomies button. Neat. Zoomies. But I can... Oh. Feline forensics. Let's see what I can find over here. Oh, yeah, try the cat tower. One might ask themselves, why would any self-respecting feline investigator keep one of these demanding furniture pieces in their professional office? It was a gift from some old coworkers who thought that they would be exponentially humorous. Also, it keeps my claws properly managed. And sometimes, it helps me think. Let's see what I can find over here. Okay, the filing cabinet. A few of these cabinets keep track of all my previous cases. Oh, of course, it's not unlocked. Those records are pretty confidential. Wait, I don't lock these. Not since I kept misplacing the key. Oh, I have ADHD. I'm an ADHD kitty. I'm certain this is significant. I might have put my password on here. At the very least, another clue. Let's see what I can find over here. Alright, well, we looked at everything, so back. What do we even look at? I see. Is there something over here to investigate? Yeah, I guess the bookshelves? The shelf is absolutely packed with different tomes, journals, studies, and the occasional novelization. If I hid some sort of clue in one of these books, it would take me far longer to find it than it's worth. I wouldn't put it past myself, but I don't have anything to go on yet. Is there something over here to investigate? Yes, the filing cabinet. These are unusual, just for keeping these are usually kept for keeping contracts, reference documents, and various policey paperwork. I can't imagine it would have slid a note with the password on it into this mess of a drawer. Even under a strong influence of dairy, I wouldn't have done something so reckless. A strong influence of dairy? The only time I have a strong influence of dairy is when my stomach wants to explode after I've consumed some dairy. Ayo, let's try the trash can. When you need to dig up the truth, you've got to act like an alley cat. Empty milk carton, comically clean fish bones, a used yarn ball. Ugh, none of this looks very helpful. Wait a minute. There's a crumpled receipt, and it looks like I've redacted most of it. Nothing about the actual purchase remains, and only the store address is left visible. Where could this lead me? Is there something over here to investigate? No, we did everything. We're done. We're done. We got this. Is there anything behind? Like, why is my bookshelf on a catty corner? Can I do anything here? The computer. Alright. Space? Oh. It's my old map of historic Philadelphia. But I don't remember all these thumbtacks in it. They're each holding a thin shred of paper to various addresses in the city, but no one seems more important than the other. The crumpled receipt didn't have an address on it, though. Oh, the crumpled receipt did have an address on it, though. What was it again? I don't know. We didn't look at it. We were too busy looking around our room. Hello? The receipt I found in my office. Most of the information on this receipt has been redacted, which is not normal practice for detectives such as myself, especially not for consumers. Only elements left visible are address on 13th North 2nd Street. Can I open it? No. Okay. What about this one? Oh. Ooh. Unbeknownst to the detective changed the detective to his detective and detective it inside a detective. Furthermore, he detected the detective to the detective inside a detective that the detective recently detected. I think we got it. I think we did it. Case solved. Good work, team. Okay. It was 13 North 2nd. I don't recall what's around here, but a slip of paper does have a phone number written on it. Looks like it's the time to make another call. Alright, let's go make another call. The phone. Let's give the number I found on the map a call. Hopefully they're still open, and they can make sense of this receipt. Bookstore clerk. Good evening, Book Gator on 2nd. What can I do for you? Of course, the local bookstore. How could I forget? Sir, did you need help with something? Hello, yes, sorry. I do, actually. This might be an odd question, but I have a receipt, and I'm not sure what it was that I purchased. I've been expecting your call, detective. Of course you were. Care to explain why? You stumbled in, disgruntled after an argument. With this devious plan. I didn't ask questions, but you warned me to call. This call was likely. Oh dear. Now about that book. Please tell me it's not something terribly inappropriate. Ha! Not quite, no. The book's title is On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. Okay, thank you. That will be all. Sure you don't need anything else, detective? No, really, it's okay. Thank you. Click. Ugh, as if I wasn't embarrassed enough as it is. Time to lay off the milk, my guy. What does this mean? Okay, I can't look at that. I keep hitting that button. Ooh, okay. Unbeknownst to... Let's just erase everything. Can I just do that? Cool. I was just being a brat before. Alright. What else can I filter in? The blank changed the blank to his blank and forgot inside a blank. He forgot the password. Hold on. To the computer inside a blank that the probably detective recently purchased. Do I have a book? Don't have book yet. Unbeknownst to the blank changed the blank. Computer. Password. To the detective. And hid it inside a desk. I guess we're still looking for that book, though. Is there something over here to investigate? Yes, the bookshelf. Can we... The book in question had something to do with cat burglary, so where is it? Dignity into Domestication by the Great Dane Austin. Les Mouseables by Vermin Hugo. Call of the Wild by Jack London. Okay, more novels than I thought, but hey, these are classics. Oh, here's the one I'm looking for. The question now is, why would I have purchased this book specifically? Is there something over here to investigate? Well, did you get it? Look, it's got a kitty on it. Kitty. Yay. Oh, open. Look, there's the tail. Yay. Open. 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 Don't. Oh, don't open. Can I open it if I go this way? No. Can I open it this way? Oh. Great job, detective. Place valuables here. Okay. Oh, of course! I knew there was something else here. I bought a hollow trick book. No wonder the bookstore clerk told me was holding back a laugh. Are you kidding me? With my cabinet key hidden inside, no less. I think we are nearing the end of this case. Bruh. I think this kitty's gonna go on some catnip after this instead of the milk. I also love how you just spin with the room. Let's see what I can find over here. The filing cabinet. I've got the key. Now let's get this locked cabinet open. See what we can find. Okay. There's a note right on top. A great change of pace. Or maybe I was just getting lazy. There doesn't seem to be any cipher or code either. This just looks like a normal password. I should try it and then make sure all of my notes are in order. I wouldn't want to attract any more ire from the department manager than I already have. Let's see what we can find over here. Okay, we don't have to. Do we finally get book? Book. Remember, he forgot the password to the computer inside of a book. As a detective recently oh. I guess he forgot the key to the... Where's, like, filing cabinet? Desk? That wouldn't make sense. Furthermore, he forgot the key to the... This should be the filing cabinet, if that's the way it's supposed to go. Unbeknownst to the blank, the detective changed the password on his computer and hid the desk. Well, unbeknownst to the detective changed the password to his computer and hid it inside a... and forgot it inside a... I don't know. Probably book. Hold on. Let's see what else we can do. Oh, what? Ooh. Oh my gosh. I hope I don't have to remember that. The computer. I've got the password, supposedly now for the moment of truth. It is possible that this has been a red herring all along. Oh, it works. I'm logged in, and I have exactly 0 emails that require my attention. That's a relief, of course. But the department manager will still have my fur if I don't get the rest of these case notes in order before I go home. Let's see, what should I take a look at? We just gotta play the Mad Lib game. Okay, unbeknownst to the... I would say the detective, but... Should we do the commissioner? No. Alright, detective, I guess. The detective changed the password to his computer and forgot it inside a file. Alright, what am I not reading here? Furthermore, he forgot the key to the filing cabinet. Why isn't filing cabinet on here? Book key, phone, computer, password. Like, do I have to, like, pick it up? Guys, I feel really dumb right now. I feel like I'm missing a word. Alright, hold on. That's not right either. Let me know it's the detective. The detective changed the password to his computer and forgot it inside a... book? Password. Oh boy. It's not that hard, I just don't know what word to use. Furthermore, he forgot the key to the desk inside of his book. See, it shouldn't be. It should be filing cabinet. See, that's what I would think. Alright. He forgot the key to the password. Key to the computer? Nope. Huh. How do I get more words? How to get more words? Oh. Is this how I get more words? Returning to his office, the detective changed his computer login information before it was lost in memory. In a lactose stupor. No, I don't think that's right. Oh, I picked the wrong thing. Got it. After returning to his office, the detective changed his computer login information before it was lost to the memory of a lactose stupor. Testimonies? I don't think that's right. Yeah, I don't think so. This game is real quiet. There's not a lot of sounds. Okay, let's see. Evidence. Is it the crumpled receipt? No. Okay. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Of course. The reason for this entire mystery locked up tight in a lone filing cabinet. Luckily, I hope that gives me the filing cabinet as a word. Well, cute. There's the light. Look at the light. Wow. Alright, did I finally get filing cabinet? Cabinet! Furthermore, he forgot the key to the cabinet inside a book that the detective had recently purchased. I guess maybe found, not... about hid. There we go. We know it's the detective. The detective changed the password to his computer and forgot inside a... how about and hid it inside a cabinet. What am I missing? Oh god, I keep hitting the wrong buttons. What else is new? Q. Changed my own password on the computer and I locked the reminder note inside one of my office's filing cabinets. I'm having a real dumb moment right now, don't mind me. The commissioner. The manager. And you know it's the detective. The detective changed the password to his computer and hid it inside cabinet. Okay. Oh, forgot. How about locked? Oh. Alright. Aha! I knew I was onto something. Well. I guess that was the end of the demo. A little achievement pop. Well, fantastic treat. A night out at the milk bar might cause me more trouble than it's worth. Oh. Why is the phone ringing? Could it be the manager already? La, la, la. The phone. Hello? Feline Forensics Private Detective? I'm glad to hear you're burning the midnight oil. Commissioner? To what do I owe the pleasure? Business, not pleasure. There's been an incident. Private property. They asked for you. I'm sending a cruiser. The officer will find you in on the way. I'll fill you in, if not find you. The officer will find you, and he will take you. And you will get to the scene. The case seems pretty involved, but it's still within my jurisdiction. You will go by the book, detective. I'm sure you're aware that if you don't, your license will be on the line. Again. Click. What a ray of sunshine that commissioner is these days. It's gonna be an even later night than I thought. Thank you for playing the demo. Yay! Look, they put whiskers on the Sherlock Holmes stamp. Isn't that cute? Yeah. What did you think of that one? Was that cute? Meow. Meow. It was a cute game. A cute little game. Man. See, I got like 2 more and I know they're gonna be lots of reading. I was taking my drink. We're doing more forensics today, in case you couldn't tell. It's called Death at Fleming Manor. Which apparently doesn't exist, so... Now, where is it? Where did it go? I'm gonna let you know, the game is launched. You're hearing the audio and everything. You can see it. I don't have a little thing on the Windows bar to say that it's up and going. Just so you know. Alright. New game. Coroner, a public official who investigates the cause of death. A car accident, you say? Was anyone hurt? Yeah, just a moment. He mutters under his breath while writing something down. I see. Thank you for your report. Good evening, officer. Good evening. And you are you the new coroner assigned to our district? I'm the coroner? Oh, sick. Yes, that's correct. We've been expecting you. Coroner? I guess that's my name. I'm Coroner, the coroner. If you could fill out this form first, it's over here. Pip pip cheerio and all that. Look around and click on these shining spots to examine them closely. Click the file to fill out the form. Boop. It's September 1959. Oh, I guess my name is Edgar Whitmore, and he's Vector Hale. Okay. I guess that was it. Alright, Once the blank spot has been... Okay. My name is Edgar. Edgar. I can't believe I'm an Edgar. Oh, God. Do I have to stamp it? Want some tea? Oh, tea! Oh, boy, tea! I guess that's it. Submit it. Approved! Oh boy, got some tea! All set then. Coroner Whitmore, glad to have you with us. Oh. An unexpected accident. Oh, well, Hey! How's it going? He jumped off his bike to give that man a hug. I don't know what you're talking about. London Daily News? I get to use my obnoxious British. Oh no, I wasn't done! Oh no. Appointed as a new royal physician to the Queen Mother. Not the Queen Mother! Dame Flem opens private convalescent. Okay.
My dear son, I hope this letter reaches you well. How are your studies going? I can't read. I just do the fun voices. I do hope you haven't been entirely burned under anatomy books.
Buried. See, I can't read, guys. I just can't.
This spring I opened a convalescent house. I've named it Fleming Manor. It's been more than just a place for treatment. I hope it will become the beginning of a legacy for our family. Your father would have understood that completely. It's already been 10 years since he's passed, but not a day goes by that I do not think of him. This place isn't only for patients, you know. I built it with something beyond them. I built it with you in mind. And when you're ready, I hope one day you'll take over Fleming Manor. I hear you're still
Oh, for the boat club. I was like, what does this have to do with doctoring?
I hear you're still rowing stroke seat for the boat club. It sounds as if you're keeping your even busier than dissection practice.
Hooray, dissected practice. Ooh.
Enjoy the upcoming regatta in August. Give it everything you've got, and once the race is over, do come visit in September. There's so much I'd like to show you. Always proud of you. Always with love. Mother, SF.
A train! Someone get Ordeal on the horn. Oh. No! Ah! We just had a... Whoa. Just remind me of the old, Speed Racer anime. Hoo! Ha! Hee! Okay, anyway. As a new coroner of the Cedar Vale area, this is the first case under your watch. Examine the scene carefully, refer to the autopsy report, and record the truth. This is a demo version of episode 1 with parts of the full story omitted. Oh. Click on any shimmering spot at the scene to take a closer look. It might hold a crucial clue. Use the medical dictionary to check terms you'll need when filing out reports for the injured or deceased. God damn. Oh my lord. Passenger side windshield is shattered with a large amount of blood present. Click the fountain pen to take a note. You'll be able to ask the forensic pathologist about it later. Ooh, a forensic pathologist. Lakeside Junction. Oak Hill. Oh my god, you guys know what that is? That's a map. Motor car. Derek Walker. A bottle of leftover alcohol. A small amount remains inside. Girl. First of all, you're on the wrong side of the car. Brown. Dear Daisy, did Derek really come out with the Addison Martin DB4 last week? He must come from an impressive family if he's from high nobility, or his parents have a successful business? Considering that his job is a stockbroker, it seems like his parents might have built their wealth from a flourishing business. But the fact that you first met him at the old tavern is so dramatic. I feel like a scene from a movie. This place literally an old budget pub. I wonder why he was there that evening. It's as if he was waiting for his destiny to meet you. What? Please share more details when... Okay. Lauren. Nepo baby. Got it. Trace amount of blood is found on the steering wheel. Okay. Large amount of blood is flowing from the head. There's no consciousness or pulse. Victim appears to be deceased. Okay. To Thames Daily News. Soviet Union launches Mukin 2, a giant leap for lunar exploration. Okay. Must be Monday. Oh. This must be the important part. Dr. Sophia Fleming is a nurse. Elena Answorth is an artist. Patients as residents and wards as bedrooms. Okay. It's the circus! The circus is here! Yay! On the hill is the sun setting, casting a gentle glow across the western sky. It's kind of yellow. Rupert! Not Grey's Anatomy. Finally, visiting mom's house. Oh, no. Oh, he's still alive. Fleming. Hello? My arms and legs, I can't move them. Oh, no. So, are we gonna call... Okay. Oh. My dear son Derek, I've noticed while working at this hospital that more and more equipment is being powered by electricity. If you learn the relevant skills and become an electrical technician, it will be a huge help when looking for a job in the future. Ouch. Yeah, better rush him to mom's hospital. Let's just stand here and watch him while he wiggles his neck a little. Thank God his mom's hospital is like right down the road. We could help him, but you know. I've had enough of your laziness. Thanks, Dad. Dad? Yeah, let's just leave him there. It's fine, I'm sure. Alright, so we know this is... There's a missing persons. Okay, missing person, it's Derek. She's probably Daisy. And we know this is Rupert. No? Rupert? And Fleming? Right? I do that right? Oh my gosh. Central, peripheral, brain, spinal cord, dizziness, memory loss. Okay. Lumbar, cervical, Terraglia. Chest. Cool. I don't know what any of these are for, I'm just picking them up. Okay, we don't have to worry about blood types, I guess. Oh, sick. Alright, hold on. Oh, Brown. She's Daisy Brown. Yes, of course. Daisy Brown. Derek. Derek got away. You're Rupert. You're visiting Mom's hospital, so that's probably right. Derek is the stockbroker. Lauren's the friend. What is Derek's last name? Did we ever get Derek's last name? Am I missing it? Derek Walker? Oh, the car. Wait a minute. It was in the glove compartment. Yes, Derek Walker. This is his fancy car. And he just got up and walked away? What a jerk. Submit. Approved. Alright. We're looking for Derek Walker. Let's go cut him open.
Ah, you must be the new coroner. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Avery Gwynn. Some tea. I'll handle the post-mortem examinations. I look forward to working with you. If you have any questions about the case, feel free to ask. I'll provide you with the most objective medical facts I can. Of course, the final judgment, an official report, will be yours to make. By the way, do you enjoy detective fiction? I've always had a soft spot for the supporting characters. The ones who stand beside the great detective. Watson with Holmes, Hastings with Poirot. He's just getting started. I think it's coffee or tea. Head shows clear signs of severe blunt force trauma, heavy bleeding, and multiple fractures to the skull. Looks like she took a massive hit, likely at high speed. Alright. The chest area is uninjured. No bruising, no compression marks, but didn't they say this person was found in the driver's seat? I heard there's quite a bit of blood at the scene. I've sent the victim's blood sample to the lab. You can check there. The injured young man, I'll have his sample sent as well. There's noticeable bruising on the knees, especially the left one. There's also some mild abrasion. Looks like she struck the lower dashboard area. These are typical for this type of frontal crash. Okay, so she wasn't supposed to be in the driver's seat. Got it. Bottle in the car, and then we better check the stomach contents that may remain. Okay. After opening the stomach, no trace of alcohol, just small amounts of food. Looks like potato and some meat. Perfect. This would be the blood stain collected from the steering wheel. This is a tiny amount, but workable. I'll mix in some saline for you to use for the test, okay? What about this one? Blood from the passenger seat. Isn't it? It's Tuesday. Dried, but still usable. I'll rehydrate it with saline so it's ready for your analysis. Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, now what? Oh, analysis time. All the samples are here. Let's see what their blood says. Okay. Car A is the steering wheel blood.
This is Daisy Brown. So we want her in control. Oh. This is Rupert Fleming. Okay. A is a steering wheel, so that should go here. And car B is the passenger seat. Ah, I see. Agnolation observed. Now enter the blood type. Blood type is an immunological classification system based on specific agents and antibodies present in the person's blood. A antigen, B antigen. To detect presence with these antigens, we use anti-A, anti-B. Oh! O negative. I think we got an A positive. So you're O negative. 3 and a red one. 3 and a red one's A positive. Okay. Oh, AB positive. AB positive. And this is funny solid, funny solid. Funny solid, funny solid. A positive. So A positive, A positive. Okay. Verify that information. Submit it. We got this. Just as I thought. The scene wasn't natural. This should be solid evidence. Okay. Now what? We're just gonna leave him there on the side of the road. My god, we're terrible. Okay. We know her name is Daisy Brown. Oh. What? Okay, hold on. We know that's Daisy Brown. Can I go back here? He didn't give me cause of death or time of death. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. Huh. Monday, 14th September. How do I find... And September is the... time of death? I don't know. Where are we? Are we at Oak Hill? I guess there's a hill. I guess. I don't know. Is this even a thing I could pick? Oak Hill? Time of death. PM? Traumatic, I guess, brain injury? Doesn't say anything about skulls, guys. Accident. Person presumed to have been with the deceased. Is Derek Walker dead? I don't know if I did that right. Verify that? Tell me if I'm right. Rejected. Okay, fill in the blanks. Okay, what have we missed? Oh, time of death. Oh, I know. It says almost... The sun is setting. Okay, wait. 7:45 p.m. So is it like 7:30? Oh. 7? I guess. Try that one. Try that one. Yes. Yes. Submitted. Approved. All right, we did it. Cool. All right, next one. This was Fleming Rupert. He is a student. His main symptom is, gosh, probably something horrible. Can we examine him? He's still breathing. We're just leaving him here. Right, so he couldn't feel his legs. Traumatic spinal cord injury. I guess one of these words. Pretty sure that's what he said, right? It was just his arms and legs, and we're just like letting him sit here. Hey, how are you doing? I can't move him at all. Yeah, and you're still chugging? Okay. Glad he's still here. Oh, how old were you? Let me check your wallet. They're gonna make me do math. 1936. And it's 1959. Hold on. It's gonna make me do math. 1936 1959. He's 23. He's 23, guys. 23. Enter. I think that's right. Physical impact to blank region. Lumbar? Peripheral? Was that the right word? Oh, neck. Duh, cat. Duh, how dumb are you? Neck. Neck. Oh, what else do we gotta fill in? Uh-oh. Her name was... Elena? Type of accident. Transportation? Time of discovery. Earlier, blank. I guess this would be the Oak Hill. The patient was riding a bicycle when he was struck by a motor car. Verify that. Tell me if I'm right. Let's see. Yeah. Rejected. There's one incorrect answer. Cool. Does it tell you what the incorrect answer is? No. He's just hanging out. What are we missing from this guy? What did I get wrong? I don't know. I don't know what I got wrong. Let's see. Rejected. You got 2. Okay, so that was right. Rupert Fleming, he was a student. Maybe I have the wrong symptom. Right, he says he can't move his arms and legs, so he probably has that. So neck and that one. You don't have to worry about blood. That one, spinal cord, neck. Okay, so that's right. He said he can't move his arms and his legs, so that's right. Unless his age is wrong, which is totally possible, but I don't think so. Could be the place. Or I got this lady's name wrong again. Which is also very possible. Rupert Fleming. Okay. Alright. Does it tell me... Does it tell me his mom's name? Hold on. That was here, right? Sophia. Wasn't Elena at all. You guys didn't tell me. I'm bad with names. Now we do it. Alright. Because I'm bad with names. That makes sense. Alright, now what? It appears you've completed the paperwork. Well done. Shall we go over the particulars of the case once? That's what I was waiting for. Once more, just to be thorough. Yeah. What really happened? Derek Walker had been on a date with Daisy Brown, a woman he had only met recently. Pretending to be wealthy, he rented an expensive car and drove under the influence of alcohol. At sunset, on a 3-way hill road, he lost control and crashed. Don. Just before the collision, Derek instinctively turned the steering wheel to the right to protect himself. Daisy, seated in the passenger seat, struck her head violently against the windshield and died instantly. Rupert Fleming, a young man riding his bicycle, was hit hard by the speeding vehicle and sustained serious injuries. The music's so loud suddenly. Though Derek hit his chest against the steering wheel, his injuries weren't life-threatening. Realizing he had caused a fatal accident while drunk, he moved Daisy into the driver's seat and fled the scene. But in his panic, he dropped his wallet and left behind the rental car receipt. A small trace of blood on the steering wheel did not match Daisy's blood type. The wallet and receipt both bore Derek Walker's name. The truth was written in blood. It couldn't be hidden. What a vibe. Anyway, this demo introduces a gripping tutorial-style mystery as an opening glimpse to the secret of Fleming Manor. The first episode is merely the beginning, hinting at deeper enigmas and chilling revelations to come. This is awesome. I like this type of game. Oh yes, you could play in Korean. I'm trying to get to the menu. Super thumb. We exit. Yes. That was awesome. I like that type of a game. CSI is great. Wasn't that fun? Did you guys have a good time? I got one more. Paper keys. Oh, cute. Hold on. Trying to get it to work. Here's another one. The Stafer case. This one has case 1 and 2 available for the demo, so this might be a little longer, but we'll have to see. Where's Ordeal at? Ordeal! That's an Ordeal character if I've ever seen one. His name's not Rick. People will be like, hey, are you Rick? And he's like, no, I'm not Rick. You go by Patrick? No, not Rick. What about Merrick? No, not Rick. Alright, Rick. No, not Rick. Did you guys like that joke? That was a funny joke. Anyway. Case 1, backstage. Not Rick, an assistant from a small-town detective agency, receives a letter from the Phenomana Bureau that heads off to London. Cool. We're off to London. It's Tuesday, isn't it? We're doing this again. Why is all these cases in London? This game is a mystery game, where you must uncover the tricks behind a number of murder cases. Uh-oh. Guys, take notes. Ooh, it's, Mischief Night! Woo! Let's go get some toilet paper. Oh. We're in London and they're speaking Japanese to me. Is that a pen in his hair? Oh my god. This is such a Lucas character.
お客さん、
Aw.
ロンドンは初めてかい？
はい、そうですが。
Why is it you ask?
思った通
See,
り
now
だ。
I want to read
だ
it,
と
but
思った。
they're speaking it for
ど
me.
うだい？ロンドンの景色は。
They're so Japanese about it, too. Mute. Mute it? Can I mute it? You think so? I can't... Everything. We don't know. That way we can all be British together. Ha! I knew it! And how is it? How does it feel to take in all that London scenery for the first time? Well, it's just as astounding as they say it would be. The buildings, the smoky haze. Though I haven't seen Big Ben. Yes, indeed. She's important, Big Ben is. Though I'm afraid, young lad, you won't be able to get a good look of her from around these parts. By the by, that bag sure looks heavy. Planning on being here at war? Well, I see suddenly became Australian. Did you like that? I'm here because I received a job offer. I managed... I'll be living here until I get fired. Oh, rather young to be working. You must be something else, huh? When I was your age, well, that was at the height of the big war. I mean, back then. I figured taxi driving in London would be the quiet sort. Did I grab the wrong one? What's the name of this new employer of yours? For another shilling, I'll take you right up to the front door of the building. Oh, that's quite alright. In front of the park will be fine. I mean, you're already paying for an expensive cab ride. What's another shilling? Most like yourself visiting London for the first time, try to find themselves, and before you know it, they find themselves lost in more ways than one, you know? He's pretty much forcing my hand here. If I keep turning him down, he'll probably just keep pestering me. Well then, I'll place my fate in your knowing hands. The name of the place was, what's the name of that agency? I believe it was written on the letter I received from that man, calling himself Detective Chief Inspector. Cheerio! Bip bip cheerio! Hey boy, more clues! Someone has posed a question. You'll find the clue related to the question within the documents, then press the combine clues. Select the clues you wish to... Okay. Oh, we get a magnifying glass this game! Select document you like to check from the list below. Okay. Start game. Mana Affairs Division. His name's not Rick. Combine clues. Did it work? Oh. That was cute. The Phenomena Bureau. I've heard people around here call it the Bureau for short. You know where the Bureau is located, right? If you could take me there, I'd appreciate it. Understood, sir. What's wrong, sir? Something troubling you? No, it's just you got really polite all of a sudden. Did you forget your minds on P and Q's at the time? London taxi drivers always caught around their faces if they were the Queen or so. What? What? London taxi drivers always cart around their fares as if they were the Queen herself. What? That's not what he was doing before. I think I get it. Funny, really, right when he heard me say the Bureau. His attitude shifted. According to the rumors I've heard, the institution's reputation is far from a good one. To come all the way to London after receiving a suspicious letter from the Suspicious Institute, for the suspected Suspicious Institute, because it was such a suspicious letter. It must be out of my mind. suspiciously. Yet, to be able to carry out an investigation in a city like this, that's been a suspicious life-long goal of mine. Wait, that's it? Grey building on the left over there is the London branch of the Bureau.
Well, here's your extra shilling.
Thank you. You said that it would be 1 shilling. Where'd I put my money I exchanged? You might want to check the front pocket of your bag. The front pocket? Ah, here it is. How'd you know? Such things shouldn't come as much as a surprise if you tend to stay in London for long, that is. What's that supposed to... Have a great day, sir. I do believe you'll find the city isn't a half bad match for you. What?
How do you know? It's like he steals money for a living. That's crazy.
I mean, logical. Not suspicious at all in any way, shape, or form. Hey guys, we're at the London branch of the Bureau. This is a really interesting art style, too. I didn't see anything on the Steam page that said it was AI, so I'm really fingers crossed that this is, like, hard work and love and heart and soul. So this is the Bureau. This will be my place of work starting from today. Compared to the event, so where did you come from? I'm in the middle of my inner dialogue. Wait a minute. Compared to the investigations office back home, this place is just a floor after floor straight up. If I tried to catch a glimpse of the top, I bet my head would be touching my back. Am I really going to be working at a place like this? It took me days to get here, but suddenly going inside is the last thing I want to do. That woman, is she looking at me? We definitely locked eyes, but she isn't saying anything. Or am I just imagining things? Nope, she's definitely still looking. Should I be the first to speak? No, because if she isn't...
You may speak first.
You wouldn't happen to have business with me?
Indeed I do.
Then she should be the one to break the ice.
I'm waiting for someone, and I do believe that someone to be you. A new recruit from the Akimbo Investigations Agency. Known for sticking a fountain pen in his curls. Height roughly 165 centimeters. Goes by the name of Note. Well, something close to that, right?
My name's not Rick Case? Not Rick Case, huh? So not Rick Case. You remember the Mana Affairs Division, aren't you? You're a member of the Mana Affairs Division, aren't you?
That I am.
The name is Pandora's Redfin. Pandoria? Pandoria. Pandora. Oh God, these names are hinting at something, but what could it be? Redfins, it's a pleasure to meet you. No, the pleasure's all mine. I'll pass on the handshake if you don't mind. Now that I'm thinking about it, I do remember something about the British not shaking hands at all that often. What? Since when? Any British people in chat? Can you let me know when that's been a thing? Because I've only ever lived in America. As far as I've ever seen, everybody always shakes hands. Including the British people. But, you know, that could just be American movie magic or whatever you want to call it. Also, if not Rick's supposed to be some kind of Japanese or whatever. Which I don't think he is, but, you know. He wouldn't shake hands either. So now I'm confused.
Don't take it the wrong way. It's just that I'm extremely reluctant to come into physical contact with you in any way.
Wow, you're right. I almost did take that the wrong way.
I guess you could say I suffer from mesophobia. It's a bit of a bother, but you'll just have to put up with it.
Don't breathe my air, don't look at me, don't think about me, don't say anything to me. You'll get over it. I just have to put up with it? I mean, is it really okay to have to decide who's scared of detective? Whatever. She's a bitch, but we like her.
Well, enough with the introductions. Shall we head inside?
You'll have to follow close behind. The bureau is a bit of a maze, and I don't want to have to report a child gone missing. There's something odd about this woman. It's as if all these years I could still get lost. Oh, hey, Vey. Look at him. He's so cute. About that child gone missing. I'm lost. Who would make a building like this? No matter where I go, it's just the same hallway and the same doors. Plus, there's not a floor plan to be seen, bruh. Tell me about it. I lost Miss Redfin's right at the entrance. With so many rooms, how exactly 0 other people wandering this house? How many? Oh, wait. Wait a tick. Wait a tick. Where is that from? No, wait, is that a map of the building? Of course. You can't have a building this big without a single sign pointing the way. Does it tell me I'm here? Huh? What? What am I seeing here exactly? I'm in England, right? Why isn't this in proper English? Am I the odd man out here? Has my hillbilly upbringing left me unfamiliar with the trends of the big city? Whatever. Now, at least I can get back to the entrance. Miss Redfin's probably waiting for me there. This map is here because someone's able to read it, right? Then maybe the writing on here must be a unique code that only employees can make sense of. There must be some way for me to figure out where the office of the Mana Affairs Division is. After all, I'm an employee here too. Let me have a look through my things. Okay. Certainly, there must be something enclosed in the parcel I've received that could be of some use. I need to select the information pointing to the location of the Mana Affairs Division, then choose the place the information is leading me to on the map. Okay? If I can connect these 2 pieces of information, I'll be able to find my answer. Oh, okay. Okay. Pip pip cheerio and all that. When there's no question to answer, try to find 2 clues within your document and then select the Combine Clues button. Select a document twice to pin it. Pinning a document allows you to examine 2 documents at once. Okay. Sure, game start. Alright. Nordic case of the Akimbo Investigations Agency. I don't know. Alright, let's pin the map, because we know we're gonna need that one. Alright. Can I move it? No. NA01. Combine clues. Sick. Alright. The code of my employee ID badge is formatted in a strikingly similar way to the codes on this map. Also, the name of my department is written right above the code. Mana Affairs Division. Would that make these letters and numbers a unique code assigned to our division? Same code is written on this room for the map. Then maybe it is the Mana Affairs Division. That certainly seems to be where it's pointing me. Seriously, was that door right in front of me this whole time? I feel like I'm a supporting actor on a new TV show. Well, I guess I should head inside. Excuse me. Who are we excusing? You're excused. There's a freaking piano. Who's this cutie pie? I got a twink and a dilf? Alright, let's go. Alright, Brian. And oh. Oh. He was already with someone, my bad. Sorry. I'm... Aha! Hands in the air! Logical. She held a gun up, so I put my hands in the air. the DILF guys. So, just like that, I found myself here. Makes sense for a rookie. Your accent's rather unique. You're not from around here, are you? Nope, I'm from New Mexico. I'm so sorry. His name's not Rick from New Mexico, guys. He's not Japanese at all. Alright. I worked for a private investigator down there. New Mexico? Then perhaps you'd prefer a cup of my finest black tea on ice. Sorry, could I get a coffee instead of tea? But of course, it's been a while since we brewed it though, so it's probably gone stale. Let me brew you a new pot. That's alright, even stale's fine with me. I didn't catch your name. Are you French? There's an A and a U, and then an A and an S and a U and an S and Y. God, I hate English language and the letters. Yeah, words are hard, guys. Coxus? Caucasius? Coxus? It's Brian? His name's Brian with a Y. At your service. During our cases, I'm the man in charge of investigating the scene of whatever incident has taken place. Ah, thank you for this adorable picture of a teacup, probably filled with some kind of coffee, because that's what I asked for, but just the photo of it. It's perfect. Detective Brian, how should I put this? I'm sorry to be such a bother, but, I did ask for an actual cup of coffee, not a picture of a cup of coffee. So, could you ask your colleague to put away her revolver? Ah, this revolver? You don't need to let it worry you. I'm just following protocol. So you're not gonna shoot me? Ah! She must have an annoying laugh, right? The name's Thena Hervenus. I'm very girly. Can you tell? I'm a girl. I got eyes. And horrible trigger safety. Horrible. My main charge is interrogations. Just call me Thena. Girl, please get your finger off the trigger. Nice to meet you, Detective Thena, but again, you're not gonna shoot me, right? Would you like an honest answer? No. Sorry to doubt you, but until a detective Sergeant gets back and is able to confirm your identity, we'll be saying like this. The Bureau is strict when it comes to security. More importantly, I hope the coffee is to your liking. In the spectrum of life and death, taste falls somewhere in the middle. Quite an abstract way of describing it. I actually find the description to be quite on the money. So this Sergeant? I thought that was his name. Of yours is supposed to get here. Did you meet her outside a short time ago? I'm back. Miss Redfins, no way! Then by Sergeant they mean... Indeed, that's me. I mean, isn't that something she should have led with first? Yes it is. How'd you find your way here? I went out looking for you, but I had no idea you'd find your way here before I could catch up. I found the place by comparing the code on my ID badge to the codes on the building floor plan. Your ID badge? Oh, you noticed the department codes. But, why are you sipping on that cup of coffee at gunpoint? I was just about to bring that up. Looks like you've been cleared of suspicion. Excuse us for that. Yeah, sorry. We just about held your welcoming ceremony and your farewell ceremony at the same time. There's a joke I can't laugh at. Sarge, this is all sort of sudden. I haven't heard a word of a new recruit joining us. I only heard a word 20 minutes ago myself, from the Detective Chief Inspector, no less. Of course! I wouldn't expect any different. Still, we should be thankful for extra hands on deck. Not desk. On our desk, though. Extra hands on our desk. It's just been the three of us for 2 years now.
And you all had the chance to introduce yourselves, right? Our friend Note here is going to be joining our investigations team starting from today.
It's not Rick. It's a not Rick case.
Right, I'll keep that in mind, Note.
Call me what you will.
Oh, now I'm thinking about it. We haven't heard about the most important thing yet.
The most important thing?
I'm talking about your skill. What is it? What can you do?
I haven't learned any special skills, and honestly, this is my first time leaving my hometown. I do have a license to operate heavy machinery. I am forklift certified, ladies. Maybe that will be of some help. You must be joking. I guess they wouldn't need that, huh? Heavy machinery. I'm just asking this to be certain, but Mr. Case, are you not a staffer? No? I don't even know what that is.
What?
Is this going to be a problem?
Well, it's less of a problem and more like you're fired.
Excuse me? Huh? I didn't even get to start my first day on my new job and they already fired me. Mana. The substance that twists the laws governing the world. The strange abnormalities that follow, anomalies, whatever, that followed it when its wake were called miracles in one era. And magic in another. Mood, can you imagine getting hired to go to a job and when they're like, hey, we hired you, what's your special qualifications? My name's not Rick, and they're like, oh, cool, that's it? That's all you got? Yeah, you're fired. Why'd you hire me? In the current era, such events are collectively referred to as phenomena. Among these phenomena, the one showing a marked increase in recent days is the mana-wielding humans known as staffers. The staffers were able to wield mana how they pleased from birth, born with a superpower, if you will. And in London, I don't know why it flashed like that, that was kind of weird, where you're currently heading, roughly 10% of the population are staffers, making it the city with the highest population of staffers. However, though it hosts such an eclectic mix of people, there is a force that allows London society to continue to function. An agency that manages all controls all phenomenons, including those involving staffers. That agency is none other than the Phenomenon Bureau, commonly referred to as the Bureau. Not Rick, I know it's in your nature to be unable to leave a riddle unsolved, so I won't try to stop you from going to London. However, a word of caution. You will see things there that you've never seen before. And one thing I'm sure of, that will include some things you wish you'd never seen. Sick! Let's go? The staffer case. I guess that was our introduction. Oh, goody! I got fired from my job on the first day! I see, so this is not an open, what do they call it? I forget now. They're racist against non-staffers, guys.
It's been a while since we had some drama. I wonder if Note's on his boat back home by now.
I'm still right here.
Ah, so you are. But if you don't hurry, you're going to miss your boat.
I'm not going back? Plus I took the plane here, not a boat. And why are you suddenly firing me?
It's just, you're no staffer, so we don't need you.
Sarge, that remark is somewhat misleading.
Then, Brian, you can kick him out. Nicely.
Mr. Case, have you ever heard word of exactly what our Mana Affairs Division does? From what I read in the letter I received, you all get the cases that the normal investigators can't solve?
That's precisely it. There are some among the staffers able to take the life of another human being without leaving a single scrap of evidence. No matter how hard you try, a normal person could never hope to solve such cases.
Cases revolving around phenomenon. We'll call these cases we call such cases Mana Affairs. When police realize they have a Mana Affair on their hands, they hand over the jurisdiction to the likes of us. The likes of us. Doesn't that mean you're all...
That's right, we're staffers, all three of us!
I'm beginning to understand. The Mana Affairs Division is able to solve cases that can't be solved through normal means. In other words, all of you are able to use your supernatural talents to investigate crimes.
The Phenomana... I wish I could speak. Phenomana you would label supernatural talents, we call skills. Calling it supernatural or magical makes you sound a bit cultish, don't you think?
You're the ones firing me because I'm not a staffer. And you think me calling it supernatural makes it cultish? Not Rick, you better go back to America. These British people are crazy. I see. When she asked about my skill before, that's what she was asking about.
You're starting to catch on, huh? No matter how fast your brain might work or how well you drive heavy machinery, friend, there are just some cases that can't be solved through ordinary means. There are some staffers who go invisible and others who can teleport. You can't say with confidence that you'd be able to catch such criminals, can you?
Ah, so I see you've made it all right. Oh, jeez. This guy runs the Yakuza or something. You've made quite a long journey, Mr. Case, actually. I guess that detective constable case now. Here's the man who reached out to my old investigations office, scouting me as an addition to his team of detectives, making him the detective chief inspector, sir. This is our first chance of being able to talk face to face, huh? Good timing. The chief insists on me being hired. These people can do nothing to stop his decision. Show these cretins all the unsavory flavors of our capitalistic might, Chief.
Seriously, Chief, how dare you show your face after turning our job on its head like this?
But of course, I've lost all expectations I've ever had of getting any sort of help from you.
How about you just retire before things get even uglier?
Chief, public opinion of you seems on the level of cope to eat. What? Whatever. You guys get it. I don't. I'm a dumb barbarian. Look at the lot of you. I guess the rookie joining has gotten you all worked up.
Actually, I was just about to ask you intense with this one. Why exactly did you hire a new detective who's not even a staffer?
God, they really are racist here. Sergeant Redfizz, are you meaning to say you don't wish to take on Detective Constable Case?
That's right.
I could have used even the slightest hint of hesitation there. Then let's try this out. You're all going to give Detective Case here a test. A test? If Detective Case passes your little test, you'll let him on the team and accept him as an equal. And of course, if he fails, you can do with him as you please. How is that? Fair?
Regarding the contents of said tests, is that up to me?
Do whatever you please. This kid's a genius. I mean, I wouldn't go as far to say genius.
Fenna, you, and Brian are in the middle of a case, aren't you? Are you talking about the circus homicide? Hold up, are you serious?
Evidence? That evidence you were telling me about before. Now show it to note.
Kind of busy.
Looks like you all have your work cut out for you. Tell me how it all turns out. once again making his escape after giving us a bunch of work to do. Oh, all this is a bit chaotic. If I pass the test, that means I'll be able to stay on, right? Alright. So are you gonna give me a test, right? What do I have to do?
Before we get to that, take a look at this document for me. Do you have eyes? Are you a girl?
Oh, look at her! What sort of document is this? Who's that a picture of?
It's a bureau file. It lists off each Sapphire's supernatural abilities, laying out what skill they have. It's one of the main documents we use to investigate any sort of phenomenon that might occur. Each and every Sapphire must carry around their bureau file with their identity card. These files are crafted from a material that can't be forged, so if you interpret this information listed here correctly, you can understand what sort of skill the Sapphire involved with the case may have.
Oh, sick zoom in.
The information on this document is about Eula Giller. She is a person who found the body in the case we are currently investigating, and one of our main suspects.
Geller is a clown employed by the Trump Tower Circus, which is precisely where the murder occurred. The victim was none other than the ringleader of said circus. His name was Jean Henry Houdin. I'll give you the details of the case later on, but first, I'd like to continue my explanation of the bureau files. Under Stafford's names, we've got the name of the Sapphire's skill written out. Geller's skill is what the Bureau has named Indiscernible Object Manipulation. What sort of skill is that? The name doesn't really spell out what it entails. According to the statements gathered by those who know her, her skill allows her to manipulate objects through some unseen force.
Basically, she's got telekinesis.
So why can't you just write telekinesis? Or do you think it's somehow more professional to describe her skill like this?
We'd never do such a thing. And don't you think you're being a little harsh?
Says the woman who is ready to shoot me.
There are over 1,000 staffers able to move objects without touching them in London alone. Words as telekinesis does nothing to distinguish the
subtleties of their skills. I fucking hate myself. I can't read.
You can usually infer what sort of skill the Sapphier has by the name listed on the file, though there are occasional occasional exceptions like this one.
So if you can't understand from the name of skill like this, you won't be able to understand what the Sapphire's skill is?
In cases like this, details about the Sapphire's skill can be found out through the course of the investigation. Eula Greller has been using her skill to perform acrobatic stunts at the circus, so it's easy to find out that her indiscernible object manipulation equals telekinesis.
If that's the case, I'm not sure why we even have these files, but anyway, I follow.
And how about we take a look at the bottom part? Threat level. The threat of each Sapphier is ranked by the risks posed by his or her skill.
Unarmed Bowie Colt S. That's a tank. That's a fucking tank. What? If they pose no— oh, this is Brian. If they pose no threat, they're labeled unarmed. If the risk of harm is that of an edged weapon, they're labeled Bowie, like a Bowie knife, or David Bowie. Very cool. If they pose the same danger as a small firearm, they'd be labeled a Colt. The threat of their skills are compared to weapons. Staffers with high-level threats may have some restrictions placed upon them that could interfere with normal life. Eula Greller is rated Colt. Does that mean her skill is as dangerous as someone wielding a pistol?
Next comes the skill range. This shows how far the Sapphire's skill can reach.
in Miss Geller's case, she can only manipulate objects that are within 2 meters of her.
The catalyst section...
Oh, max 2 meters, okay.
The catalyst section below shows that the staffer needs to use a particular skill. But in Geller's case, she doesn't need anything for hers, so we'll skip that.
Last of all, we have the section to write anything of note about the skills that isn't included in the above sections. The info in this section can widely, depending on the skill of a person's bureau file. Reading's hard.
If the skill were about controlling something, we'd have information about the substance that can be controlled. If the skill were about creating something, we'd have information on what could be created. So we shall wrap up our shall we wrap up our explanation there?
Okay. Sick paperwork. This information seems overly simplified. There aren't any documents with a bit more detail on them?
There are, but this is the limit to the info we're able to obtain on our current clearance level. Since the investigation department is still classified experimental within the Bureau, we don't have much in the way of clearance.
I see. So that's the test that goes along with this.
The reason I'm showing you Eula Griller's bureau file is because this woman is the prime subject in our investigation thus far. We have 3 reasons of thinking this. Now, let me show you the evidence we've gathered on her, one at a time. You have to look at the evidence and figure out the 3 reasons why we currently suspect Eula Griller.
Got it. If you want to find if I'd be any help to the real case. Wow. Yep.
What do you think? Up to the task?
If I say no, will you switch the test to something else?
Not a chance.
Well, then I've got no choice but to do it. Though I didn't want to change the test in the first place.
Good, then you're confident. You can use all that confidence to get back to your home. So, that's okay for him? Then shall I show him the rest? Shall I show him this first?
Is this a testimony Miss Greller gave a statement? The name of the witness is Eula Greller, but the document seems to be explaining the circumstances of the witness finding the body. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary witness statement, but this part... This column says heartbeat. What does it mean?
Oh, he's pretty sharp, huh?
About that abnormal heartbeat column?
It gives me a place to check when I detect a change in the witness heart rate.
The witness heart rate?
Much of the evidence collected by the Mana Affairs Division is required using the skills of the investigators. And this is a special witness statement using my own special skill. My skill is
precision vibration detection.
Where any potential suspect makes a statement, I use my skill to keep track of their pulse.
Using skills to collect evidence, to fill out documents? Then what's it mean when you record all the witnesses and had an abnormal heartbeat?
When I detect an abnormal heartbeat, it's for one of 3 reasons. The witness is either in an agitated state, they're talking about something emotional like murder or death, or the witness was lying.
I see, so you're like a lie detector.
No, I'm way more accurate than those hunks of junk. You shouldn't say such things. Thena has a bit of a standing rivalry with lie detectives. Do not. That aside, there's only one part of this witness statement. Point out the section that leads us to suspect her. That's your first part of your test.
Alright, I'll give it a try. They're choosing me They're choosing to show me this document. There must be some sort of falsehood recorded inside her statement. If I pay attention here, the dots. If I pay attention to the times, her heart rate is abnormal. I should be able to find the lie in her statement. However, lying isn't the only reason for her fluctuation, her heart rate. I gotta be careful. The false part of her statement and abnormal heartbeat to prove it. If there's something to contradict, inform. Okay. We're gonna do our best. This is a really long tutorial, but this is cute. The characters are interesting. Oh my god, look at him. Alright, so I guess we're gonna do this one. Thick. I was the first to find him there like that, okay? I came to see him at 9 o'clock p.m. to bring his coffee. Who drinks coffee at 9 at night? You know what? That's fine. I know it sounds suspicious, but I didn't kill him. This one. This part of the statement is a bald-faced lie.
Oh, that was a quick answer. Shall we have a look? Why exactly do you think this part is a lie?
Pathetic.
No, it's not like that. We don't know if he just got lucky. We can't pass him until we get a convincing explanation of why.
True, if I have to explain my reasoning behind it, though. This witness statement contains 2 instances of abnormal heartbeats. The second part, where she visits the crime scene to bring coffee. And the fourth part, where she denies committing the murder. If the fourth part, denying the murder, were a lie, then this would be an open and shut case. However, since she used the emotion-laced word kill in the fourth part, there's a high likelihood that her heart rate would spike anyway. In other words, it's hard to figure out the true reason behind the abnormal heartbeat there. You detected an abnormal heartbeat, but that doesn't necessarily prove that this part of the statement was a lie.
You're quick to catch on.
However, unlike the fourth part of the statement, she doesn't use any sort of emotion-provoking words. And there's no part of it that's worth getting worked up over. Yet you detected an abnormality in her heart rate, meaning this part of the statement is a lie. In other words, Eula Greller did not visit the crime scene to bring coffee to the victim. This is quite suspicious.
That's right, you found our answer.
Who brings someone coffee at 9 o'clock at night? Evil activities.
I thought my suspicions about Greller's statement and continue questioning the suspect. Here are the results of my interrogation.
New information added to your files. Another statement. Just from one look at a document, I can see your witness got very worked up.
That's right. When a witness gets excited or agitated, I detect strange heartbeats and whether that statement is true or not. So we're unable to tell whether the testimony is true or not with document alone. At times like these, we've got to bring in some other evidence.
So I think I'd better take over the explanation from here.
Don't go getting smug just because you beat me. Out of the 3 of us, I'm the run of the litter.
I'm not? How was I smug? Plus, that wasn't exactly something to win or lose over. You already called yourself the runt of the litter. Why not accept it? Pathetic.
Shut up! People always pick winners and losers. Hurry up, Brian. Show them the data you got.
Alright, I guess I will. I do hate to judge others. But what was a problem I simply couldn't overlook? I hope you do understand. Ooh, green. Here you go, Case. Your second test. This must be a photo of the crime scene. Person slumped over the desk. Must be the victim of the case we were investigating. Also, we currently saying that Eula Griller was our primary suspect, right? From the picture, the victim, the cause of death was a blow to the head? What's with all the green ink, though? Those are pieces of trace evidence left behind at the scene of the crime. Fingerprints, footprints, scratches, and more. We've got all sorts of forensics clues. My skill is to insinuate various clues so that others can easily see what they are. Brian, I have a serious question, Brian. You were born with that skill? And you chose to become part of the investigation unit? Or like, were you forced to do it because that was what your skill was? Or like, Could you use your skill differently and decide to use it to join the police force? Anyway, sure. Using my skill, I can make records of clues I find on photos of the crime scene like this. We call them trace photos. A skill to find clues. Besides just Staffer, this might be possible for anyone to do given enough time, yet perhaps it's not about finding evidence either. The time the trace evidence was left was written here too? Nice catch. My skill makes clues appear to shift in color and brightness depending on how much time has passed. Oh. Then I analyze all that information and determine when each trace was made or left. So he organizes all of the information to produce these trace photos? That would certainly help out an investigation. Back to the point. This trace photo contains a piece of information that contradicts another piece of evidence. Let's call finding that contradiction your second test. Alright. Let's think. Information on this trace photo is found at the organization of Detective Brian himself. There can be no mistakes on his end. In other words, if the document contains something that contradicts this trace photo, the information on that document was wrong. The information on this trace photo will help us find what lies on the other document. Bruh. Okie dokie. And then we're probably going to need the second witness statement, right? Alright, let's see. Witness statement. This is the second one. You're asking if I came on any business besides bringing coffee. Why ask, are you suspecting me for this? The ringleader, the victim, always took a cup of coffee at 9 p.m. After all, he normally stays out until morning, the nights after performances. That's the only reason I was there at night too. I had no other reason to visit the scene that day. Okay. 1. Footprints Houdin. 2. Okay. Geller's footprints. Victim's palm strong impact. Okay. Square-shaped. Impression square-shaped. Okay, but what was it? Footprints Greller. So that means Greller came by twice? Trying to see if there's anything else. Where's the coffee? Handprint gloved hand on the coffee? Can I pin this and pull up another one? Oh. It's not. Huh. To point out the information on the document that contradicts the trace photo. Compare the trace photo with the other document side by side to find the problem area. Huh. There's no clock. What's 9 o'clock at night? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's 6 o'clock at night. 19, 20, 21. Right? Military time? 21? 21 is 9 o'clock at night? So... Growler's footprints being here doesn't match that, I would say. Let's see. Okay, never mind. They didn't like that one. 5. I think I'm on to something. I guess not. Oh, look, it says it right there. 7:30 p.m. So why does she show up at 7:30? 7:35. 7:40. Square bottoms, some things extend from the, okay. See, so she was there at 9 for the coffee. How about this one? Oh, there we go. Well, I knew how to do with her not being there before 9. I just wasn't sure what to cross-reference it with. I've got it. You can take your time if you'd like. That's quite alright. The document contradicting this trace photo is the witness statement. Would you like to point out a specific part of the statement that explained what's contradictory about it? The additional witness statement Thena got... Thana? Blondie over there. There's one part that stands out. It says, I had no other reason to visit the scene that day. Given Miss Geller agitated state, it's impossible to judge the validity of that statement based on abnormal heartbeat alone. However, by looking at this trace photo, we can now see that this part of her statement was false. This trace photo clearly shows the footprints Miss Eula Greller left behind. One part, as Miss Greller said, we can see there were footprints left at 9 o'clock. If the statement that she had no other business with the deceased that day were true, those would be the only footprints she left at the crime scene that day. But that's simply not the case. There was another set of footprints left behind at 7:30. One set of footprints at 7:30 and one set of footprints at 9 o'clock. Miss Geller visited the scene of the crime twice that day, so her statement that she only visited a single time is clearly a lie. There's your contradiction between the two documents. What do you think? Am I wrong? No, that is indeed the answer. It wasn't the most difficult of problems, but you delved so far into this in such a short time. Yeah. I'm just a kid from New Mexico. Don't mind me. As you said, Eula Grella did visit the crime scene at 7:30. We questioned her about it, but she wouldn't say a word. The victim entered the room at 6 o'clock. Since the victim left no footprints leaving the room, we can safely say he was still in the room at 7:30. We don't know exactly what happened inside the room at the time, but it's currently nothing to write home about. So that's why you all suspected Miss Greller to be the culprit. Well, there's that! But also, Eula Grella is the only person who could have committed the crime in the first place! Huh? Here, taking a look at the photo. There's no other footprints that approach the victim besides Eula Greller, right? Yeah, that's the clear case, though I do remember a set of footprints labeled as Houdin. That's the name of the victim! He's the sad sap slumped over in his desk in the picture. It's obvious that we'd have the victim's footprints at the scene of the crime, right? Yeah. So let's think this through. Okay. Judging from the footprints we have on record, only 2 people have entered the scene of the crime that day. The victim, Jean-Henri Houdin, and us,
suspect, Eula Greller. As you can see from the picture, a bunch of water spilled at the scene of the crime. Greller stepped in the pool of water before approaching the victim. But why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim? Obviously because you gotta get close to whack him on the head. Duh! Thena, if you keep going, we'll have nothing for the third test. Eek! Sorry, I got carried away there, but I'll cut it out. Sorry, everyone, I just couldn't rein in the fantastic reasoning skills of mine.
So, what's all of that mean for my test?
Unfortunately, since our investigation is still in progress, we've got no more information to show you. So until our investigation continues, we have no choice but to stop the test.
What? Sarge, if I may change the subject for a moment. This case, I don't think it calls for further investigation.
What do you mean?
At the current juncture, we can say that with near certainty that Eula Greller is our culprit. Rather than pressing forward with the investigation, let's hand this off to the police and turn our focus to the other cases.
Oh, I definitely agree with you on that. We're practically drowning in cases we haven't even touched yet.
Well, I can't agree with you all on that. It's quite natural to point the finger at Eula Greller as your prime suspect, but I think Detective Thena overlooked a piece of information during her explanation of the third reason for suspecting Miss Greller.
Huh? What? You mean my rationale wasn't spot on?
She overlooked something. What might that be? She did, generally speaking. Her logic would be correct, but since Eula Greller, this is Eula Greller we're speaking of, we must say that Thena's logic doesn't hold water.
So you found a hole in her logic. Well, would you mind explaining what that might be? This tape recorder has everything we said just a moment ago recorded on it. Print out the parts that stand out to you. After you print it out, point out which part of the transcript seems odd.
So I just press the print button? Crazy. So when I select the part of the printed transcript that stands out, I can use the connection with other piece of evidence. If I want to defend my argument, I'll say I support. If I oppose the argument, I'll oppose and connect it to the piece of evidence. Okay. Sure. I guess. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, let's see. Where is it? I guess we'll put the trace photo out. And then we gotta print. Okay. It's an interesting print noise. Why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the victim? Obviously because she got close to whack him on the head. But she wouldn't say a word. Victim entered the room at 6 o'clock. Since the victim left no footprints leaving the room, we can safely say he was still in the room at 7:30. Okay, we can support that. That we can support. Okay, I thought we were supporting it. I thought that's what we were trying to do. Just get her shoes wet behind the victim. 2. Do we have like... No, we don't, do we? Able to control 2 objects at once. Where's my printed transcript? I don't want to use a hint, not yet. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna use this one because that's what the tutorial said anyway. Do we do it that way? Hmm. Huh. Do you think that's important? Actually, I'm curious now. I doubt this will work, but I'd like to know. No. Alright. How about that? Let's try that. No. Alright, pin that one. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not taking like health points like Phoenix Wright. Maybe this? Yeah, alright. It's the part about Eula Greller's risking her shoes getting wet in order to get close to the victim. You thought the reason she might do that was to whack him on the head, right?
Right! If there's a puddle on the floor, you normally just take the long way around it, no?
But her getting so close to the victim is something that we can't really explain without assigning the action to some sort of special reason. Right, I agree. However, she might not have approached the victim with the intent of killing him. What are you basing that assumption on? The suspect's skill? You know? The thing that you were being racist towards me about? You know? The thing that you think you're so much better than me because you got a special superpower? What is this, My Hero Academia? Indiscernible, I went to detective school. Object manipulation. It's rather a particular name, but you said it basically is just telekinesis, right? She's able to use it up to 2 meters away. For a person with the ability to wield such a skill, would she even have to approach the victim to hit him in the head? Ah! As you said, such circumstantial evidence regarding the suspect approaching the victim would only add more suspicion. I went to detective school. To the accused, under normal circumstances. I wonder if there is a dyslexic font for me. However, that's not the case with Eula Greller. Our suspect wouldn't need to get close to the victim.
You're right. With her powers of telekinesis, she wouldn't have been able to approach her victim to hit. She wouldn't have had to approach the victim to hit him and hit him 1,000 times.
I don't think she needed to hit him that many times.
She had.
Oh, sorry, that's not Rick. She had no need to approach the victim, yet she approached him anyway. Assuming Miss Geller is the culprit, It's rather unnatural action for her to carry out. As things stand, we cannot conclude that Miss Geller is our culprit. Still, there's no way we can say for sure that our culprit used any skill. Maybe they forewent skills in favor of an ordinary blow.
Yet, we can't say for certain no skills were used either.
Plus, you say the floor was wet, right? With wet shoes, you'd have no idea what sort of footprints you'd be leaving behind. In fact, Eula Greller's footprints left behind at the scene of the crime led both Detective Thena and Detective Brian to suspect Miss Geller. Would a person looking to commit a crime take that risk? Especially if she had the means of killing her victim without getting close to him. Would it be more odd for her not to use her skill? Zoom in.
Logical! Yay! There are quite a number of staffers able to commit a crime without entering a room. It's true that Eula Greller is a suspect, but as long as there are doubts to be raised, I believe this case must remain open.
I think you're right about that. If Geller wasn't our culprit, we'd be in a real pickle. I apologize for having brought it up. Recently, the amount of cases assigned to our department has increased remarkably. I must have grown impatient.
We needn't worry about that now, though, right? Wow. After all, we've got another hand on our deck now.
Sergeant, does that mean?
Honestly, I was thinking I'd fail you and send you home no matter how you did on the test.
You snake in the grass.
However, you've grown on me a little.
No, I'm still 165 centimeters, I think. Or however she said tall I was.
That may be true for me, but are there any objections from you two?
He spotted a flaw in our logic? I can see no reason to object to his joining up with us.
Here, he would have a leg to stand on if we did. Pandy, did you know that our reasoning...
Pandy? Who's Pandy? Oh, Pandora? Okay.
Did you know our reasoning in this was so far off? Well, it's sort of basic line reasoning in the Man of Affairs investigation, so much so that ignorance of the fact borders on moronic. I apologize for being so much of a dimwit that I missed something so simple.
I'm so ashamed of myself.
I do not need to cast blame. After all, even the best investigators sometimes end up hooked by the wrong hypothesis. The important thing is that we've corrected the faults in our logic. This is just a theory of mine. But what's more important than finding the right way immediately is the ability to turn around when you're on the wrong path. I'd note just proved that he has that ability. So, we're a little late in saying this, but welcome to the Man of Affairs Division, Note.
No need for pleasantries? The pleasure's all mine? Though you're right, that was a bit late.
Well then, we'll have our welcome party later. For now, shall we get ready to head out?
Head out? Where to?
Where do you think? To continue the investigation. We're off to the scene of the crime, Trump Tower Theater. Because of course we are. Where else would we go?
Your car is quite cramped. Well, this is annoying. There's a mountain of paperwork in here, and I've only got a tiny space crammed up against the window.
We're on the move a lot, so I tend to keep all the case files in the car. But then one day I realized there were more files in the car than in the filing cabinet, so I just moved what was left in the cabinets to the car. The place you're sitting now was originally used to store all the files on thefts and robberies.
Pretty sure the seats were originally created for people to sit on.
Throw out any stereotypes you may be holding on to. In investigations where mana is involved, you just got to think outside the box.
That's a lovely turn of phrase, but that doesn't do much to convince me on this issue.
More importantly, we haven't filled you in on the details of the case you're investigating yet, have we? The file should be close by. It's case file 80136.
This one? Found it. Murder at the Trump Tower Theater on Dartford Road. I hope I don't have to read while we're driving. I'll get sick. What is that? the body was found inside the theater. In the office of the victim at 9 p.m. on the night of October the 29th. The first to discover the body was Eula Greller, an employee. Oh, look at him, dude. The victim's name was Jean-Henri Houdin. He was the ringleader of the circus located at Trump Tower and the owner of a small theater within the said building. Cause of death was due to a blow on the back of the head. The force of a single blow was enough to shatter his skull. Besides the victim, there were only 3 other people able to gain entry to his office at Trump Tower. The scene of the crime. The police named all 3 suspects before beginning their investigation. All the employees of Trump Towers are staffers, and they have been using their skills during their circus performances. Thanks to that, it didn't take long to figure out what those skills might be. There's the clown, Eula Geller, with her skill of telekinesis. It's a cutie pie right here. Then comes the magician, Frederick Vernon, gifted with the skill of flames. Okay, oh my god. Look at this man. What? Crazy. Finally, we have the acrobat, Oz Aston, with her skill with ice. We didn't get to see her very long. She looked cute. As the first to discover the body, Eula Greller became the primary suspect, but it's difficult to pin the crime on her. That's because the murder weapon was never found. No suspects was found leaving the scene of the crime, yet they were able to find anything resembling a murder weapon within the theater. On inspecting the body of the deceased, this is Fred Finn's. On inspecting the body of the deceased, there were no questions that the murder weapon was large and heavy, and it would normally be impossible to hide such a weapon. It was then made clear that one of our staffers used a skill to carry out the murder. That's when the police classified this as a phenomena. And the cases was handed over to the Managed Affairs Division. Disappearing murder weapon. Disappearing murder weapon. Find that may be the key to solving this case. If you're done reading up on everything, get ready to go. We're almost there. Seems like Thena and Brian beat us here, seeing as their car is already parked. I ordered them to secure the suspects and prepare them for questioning. No, you come with me to the scene of the crime. I need you to help me until those 2 get done with their job. Alright. It begins. My first investigation. The Managed Affairs Division. Phenomena. A seemingly impossible incident involving the supernatural. Yet, there exists clear rules that these supernatural powers and events must follow. Everything is documented. I can't forget that. Oh, she's cute. Oh. That was a good time to take a drink. Case 1! Backstage! It's like Supernatural Phoenix Wright. It meets Professor Layton a little, because that's what the music reminds me of.
This is the scene of the crime. The office of the victim, Houdin, who also listed as the lounge.
Quite luxurious for a lounge. Quite luxurious for a lounge. You mean his study.
Because the room is so spacious, they must have decided to use it for more than your average lounge.
They say the victim spent most of his time here, and our culprit must have known to come here if they wanted to find the victim.
We're going to have to look for clues here. Give me a hand.
I thought Detective Brian already finished his investigation of this room. Do we really need to do a second sweep?
We do. Just like there are certain pieces of trace evidence only Brian can see, there are clues that will only show up for me. Come to think of it, I even told you my skill, have I?
Now that you're saying so, I guess you're a staffer too, huh? What on earth sort of skill you got?
Contact memory recall. I can read the memories of items with a single touch. This is commonly known as psychometry.
You can read the memories of items. I don't follow.
I think it might be better to show you. You see that teacup on the table?
Yes, of course.
I have a great deal of suspicion about that cup.
Is that so?
Indeed, it was right next to the body, meaning it could have been poisoned, no?
But the victim was bludgeoned to death.
So, I shall read into the memories of this suspicious teacup.
She's just ignoring me now. Oh, jeez.
Good, I've read them.
You're done? You used your skill?
What, did you think I was going to start glowing or whatever when I used my skill or something? That's a rather ugly stereotype people have when it comes to staffers.
The thought never crossed my mind.
You probably didn't sense a thing. But just a second ago, the events this cup experienced, the past 72 hours, just flashed through my mind. And out of all the evidence of the past 72 hours, 1 or 2 memorable events remain planted in my brain.
Memorable events.
For example, with this particular cup, it's worth noting that not a single memory of someone's lips touching the rim of the cup remained. That means no one drank coffee out of this cup in the past few days.
So even if the coffee had been poisoned, the victim had no chance to drink it.
Seems so, though we know the victim was bludgeoned to death, so that was never a possibility in the first place.
Of course, the thought never occurred to me.
Do you understand what exactly my skill entails now?
I do, but if your skill shows you to read past different objects, couldn't you just read the face of the culprit from an object's memory?
I cannot. Sight is an option.
There are only three senses I can get from an object.
Sound, smell, and touch. I can't read anything.
There's magnifying glass. Anyway,
I can't read anything besides those 3. But put more simply, the cup doesn't have eyes, does it? Sort of like that.
Cup doesn't have ears or a nose or nerves either.
Since there's no visual information, the past I can siphon off is quite fragmented. Yet what I can read helps the investigation a great deal. When Lady Luck...
Thanks for the lurk, Raptor. Thanks for stopping in.
When Lady Luck shows her beautiful face, I can even hear the voice of the culprit.
In those cases, I bet you can find the criminal in a heartbeat.
We can, not bad, huh? So, shall we begin our investigation? I'll read the memories that remain in this room. You listen to my explanation, take notes of the parts you think are important, and fashion them into a document. Use this.
It's called a memory survey, so this is the document recording the past memories left at the scene of the crime. There's a limit to information we'll be able to glean from the past, yet this document will let us see the whole incident from a new perspective.
Well then, let's begin. To find the information that will be most useful for us, the important thing will be selecting which objects to survey. Tell me which objects scattered around the scene of the crime would you like me to investigate? Oh, I have a few, actually. I want this melty guy, I want this, and probably that. What is art, exactly? At the very least, it's not a hideous block of stone. Shall we read into its memories?
Yeah, because someone, like, jizzed all over it or something.
I see. It seems this was originally a bust of a human head. I can't tell you the original shape for sure, but I can guess it was made from the victim's likeness.
Then why does it look so weird now?
The shape was just distorted by an extremely high temperature. Someone burned the bust of the victim.
How do you manage that? It's not flammable material. Now you think our culprit who did this, but why?
Did someone confuse the bust for the victim? The bust for the victim?
Sergeant, no one would confuse a statue for a person.
Well, it may be possible that if it had a cape draped around it.
Sergeant, no one puts a cape on a bus.
No, one day you're going to see a statue wearing a cape, and you won't be surprised when you do.
I'm not sure about that, but whoever made the bust like this was holding quite the grudge against the victim. At least that's one possibility. Can I do this? Oh, bookcase, okay. The feather. The chair. The carpet. Alright, do the flower pot. Alright, I'm going to use my skill, so back off for a moment. The flower pot on the table fell off due to an intense tremor, which is how it seemed anyway, so there wasn't much point in reading that. Okay, so it fell off the table due to an impact caused by the culprit. At the very least, we can tell the— oh, sorry, that's not Rick. At the very least, we can tell the flower didn't live on and keep moving. Oh, was that too much? I felt wrong while I was saying it. No, you're actually right on the mark. A while back, we caught a sapphire who was able to control plants. Oh boy. A while back, we caught a staffer who was able to control plants. The staffer manipulated the growth of the vines to strangle her victim. I can't even tell a silly joke in this city. Oh boy. Let's do this one. A dartboard. Probably not related to the crime, but shall we read into it? Yes. It's got darts stuck in it. However, they weren't thrown by a normal hand. It was something stronger, almost like it was shot out of a gun. Not just darts either, huh? These are playing cards, for instance. King of Spades. How do you get playing cards stuck in a dartboard? Well, magicians can throw cards like they're weapons. At least, that's an image I'm getting. I'm not seeing that. I don't go farming it out quite often. What? Okay. Read the books. I see quite a number of books that look difficult to comprehend. Oh, super hard for me. I bet there's a whole lot you need to know to run a theater. The victim sure was an outstanding person. You want me to read into it and see if that's the truth? That's not right. What is it? I read into the memory of the bookshelf and I can feel no changes. How far back into the memories can you go again? As for specific memories, I can only go back 3 days. If I'm just skimming the surface, about a month. She must have been really busy these days. There are quite a number of people who view books in terms of adding to the look of the room. These are much cheaper decorations. 1 second. This one's been moved recently. Huh? Which book? Poker for Pushovers, Intermediate Level. Don't need to look into that one. We can do the feather. Should I read into this feather? I heard the cries of a bird, as if it was being ripped apart. The sounds of a blade digging into flesh. This feather was dropped with a flap of its wings. The feather was dropped from a living bird. Since this is a theater used for circus, I imagine it came from a pigeon used in the show. Speaking of which, a dead pigeon was found during the search for the murder weapon. This feather was probably from that pigeon. At least, that's a fair assumption. There's a lot of assuming for a detective game. So you think whoever killed that pigeon is our murderer? Probably. Having a live pigeon on your person can interfere with carrying out a crime. But a pigeon won't exactly bark like a dog or anything, so did the culprit really have to kill it? Oh no! London pigeons bark? They what? I thought you were joking at first, but since the city has supernaturally gifted people in it, I feel like you might be telling me the truth. Of course I'm joking! The pigeon here are just pigeons. Though I'm not sure if a creature pigeon can bark. Creature, more fantastical jargon. The fact that Sergeant throws all this jargon around like the words are commonplace is quite disconcerting. Shh, she's not a muggle. Got it. She's one of the sophisticated types. Her daddy sent her to the good private schools. I'm just from New Mexico. Chair! That's the chair the victim was sitting in. I'll read into it. I hear a man snoring. It's quite loud. As the snore continues, I feel a large impact, and then the snoring stops. That's the memory from the time the victim was murdered. Seems that way. A murderer must have been aiming to take him out while he was sleeping. Could you tell me what time that memory is from? I cannot. I only know it happened roughly within the past 2 days. Surprisingly, these are quite inconvenient supernatural abilities. Watch your tongue. I'm not sorry. They aren't supernatural abilities, they're skills. Terminology is important. Be careful you don't mess it up. Y'all are freaks at a freak show. Fight me. Right. As for the time of the crime, Brian's trace photo will be much more helpful than whatever I can give you. Shall we ask him to look into it later on? Okay, yeah, but there's still... Actually, I want to know what my last... 7... Oh, we have to do the teacup again, okay. There's a water stain on the rug here. At the very least, we can tell it's not blood. Shall I get on reading it? It feels hot, then slowly the moisture spreads, and the smell, is it black tea? After the liquid pooled, someone crossed through it. Thinking back to the footprints in the trace photo, that might have been Eula Grella. I didn't smell anything, so was Sergeant catching the smell from the past? After smelling the black tea from the memory, I suddenly feel like having a cup myself. Would you make me some later, Note? I don't know how my tea would taste. I'm not much for tea. Are you being serious? I am. I prefer coffee to tea. That's because you haven't tried a cup of genuinely scrumptious black tea. I'd rather save my money on that generally scrumptious tea than buy a cup of generally scrumptious coffee instead. You have no intentions of changing your mind on this, have you? Nope. I mean, maybe? Well then. The next time we meet, you may find we are enemies. Is this really that important to you? Cup doesn't look like at all suspect. It stuffed all manners of disgrace, but at the end of all that suffering, its integrity was confirmed unattained. Aw. Miss Greller was the one who brought this when she first came on scene, correct? Seems likely. I don't think she was lying when she said she was bringing him coffee the moment she discovered the body. The problem is earlier, 7:30 visit. Why did Greller visit the scene of the crime before bringing him coffee? And why hide the truth from us? I did say that we shouldn't point a finger at Miss Greller for this, but I also can't help but be suspicious. With how things are standing now, the person most likely to have committed the crime is still Greller, unless we find some other possibility, and the blame will most likely fall on her in the end. Jesus Christ, why is reading so hard? I think we've investigated everything worth looking into. Okay. Wow. You took proper record of everything. This is top-notch memory survey. I think we've found some oddities, but nothing with any clear connection to our case. Don't be too disappointed. Give it some time, then you'll start to see the meaning behind the clues we've just uncovered. Still, I feel like we're missing something. Isn't there anything that stands out to you, Sergeant? Well, if I had to pick one thing, maybe the ceiling. The ceiling? What about it? Ah. You see, if you look carefully, you'll see the blood on the ceiling. When we find blood on the ceiling, most oftentimes it means the victim and the assailant got into a physical altercation. The blood splatter usually comes off the backsling of an already bloodied weapon. But in this case, the victim was killed with a single blow, no? We found no signs of a struggle on the corpse. Precisely, which is why that blood splatter feels out of place. Gamers don't look up. Good thing she looked up for us. I'd love to get up there and read its memories, but that would be no easy feat. Maybe it's because this is a theater, but the ceiling's about 5 meters up. If there's blood on the ceiling... Pandy! Eula Greller is ready for questioning! Would you like to get started? Not the spork spoon. Did you guys see that? That voice, was that Detective Thena? Her voice is coming from me. So, walkie-talkie? No, it's a spork. Where will we carry out the interrogation? We've got the suspects in the green room. The small dark space makes it perfect, don't you think? She gave us a ring on the spork. Sounds good. Give us 5 minutes. Sergeant, what's that? Huh? It's a spork. We'll use these instead of walkie-talkies. So it's a walkie-talkie shaped like a spork? No, it's a spork. A cross between a spoon and a fork. I know that much, but tell me, why is Thena's voice coming from a spork? How exactly does it work?
I'm not quite sure myself. After all, we can't be sure with objects. We'll become staff.
Staff.
I guess you're not completely in the know. We call objects with special abilities like this spork, for instance, staff. Just like the staffers, these objects are also phenomenon.
Then staff is like an object version of a staffer.
In truth, staffers are the human version of staff. But, I mean, you've got the gist of it. Here, now you've got one too. If you want to get a hold of someone, just hold it upside down and speak.
Why does it gotta be a spork? Whatever.
No, you're going to play an active part in interrogations now as well.
Why?
It's important to experience a little bit of everything. I have matters to attend to that require me to leave the theater for a while. I'm going out. You go help Thena.
Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm not exactly how much help I'll be. Not exactly sure how much help I'll be. You get it.
It's true, we have no idea if you'll actually be of much help. But it'll be better than you not tagging along.
I don't think I'll be of zero help, though.
You think so? Then I'll be looking forward to seeing what you can do.
Bye!
Not too much, though.
Well, that sure does make me want to get something done. She is a bitch, ain't she? Let's go to the green room. Yay! Alright, how you guys holding up? This one's a long demo. They put 2 cases in.
Welcome to the world of interrogations! Yay! It's rather admirable you dragged yourself all this way to help Note.
I guess the Note nickname is catching on.
In the beginning, it was my job to decide on nicknames within the Mana Affairs Division, but this time it looks like Patty beat me to it.
Speaking of the whole Pandy thing, you're talking about Sergeant Pandora Redfins, right? I'm not sure how appropriate it is to call a superior officer by a nickname.
A nickname is part of one's identity! It's what you need to survive. Survive when you work this field.
You need a nickname to survive? Oh. What field is she working where that's normal for her?
Excuse me, how long am I going to have to wait?
Oh, look at her!
I'd like to get this over with.
Ah, this woman. Is she Eula Greller?
That she is! Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, miss. I'm not Rick Case of the Mana Affairs Division.
No need for introductions. I won't remember you anyway.
You're a staffer, right, Miss Geller? I heard you were gifted with telekinesis.
You should have all my information since I gave it you lot my bureau file before. Can't figure it out from what's written there?
With all this strange jargon on the document, I honestly could have told you from a look.
Sorry, this guy's a rookie. Could you give him a demonstration? If I must, stay back while I'm using my skill. You'll only make it harder to control. Of course! Well, I could show you with this pen.
Ugh.
How's that?
Oh. Oh? That's it?
The pen is floating. Aren't you impressed? What more do you want from me?
How could I put this? Since it's less of a magic trick and more of an actual supernatural ability, I find myself quite disinterested all of a sudden. Would your audience member enjoy something like this?
Are you in your right mind? Of course I perform different stunts on stage. That was just to show you my skill. Amateur.
Miss Greller, I heard you're a clown here at Trump Tower, but your personality doesn't seem all that cheerful.
I obviously put on a cheery act when I take the stage. But do you really expect a clown to act so ludicrously in real life? Chumps like you, who can't distinguish fiction from reality, are the reason why Vladimir Nablock caught so much heat. Vladimir Nablock.
Okay. I have no idea who that is.
More importantly, I've already said all I have to say. Why am I here? Aha! Miss Greller, you're here because of Note!
Huh? Huh? We were just about to conclude you were our culprit, but no voiced his objections. In fact, that's the whole reason why you're getting a second chance. However, I should think carefully about what you say from now on, alright? Alright. Right up against the table, please. Okay. Hey, note! Huh? It's gonna be polite and all, but now's the time. A detective shouldn't be looked down upon, understand? Yeah, I understand. Ah! She laughs like SpongeBob in my head. She just seems like that kind of... Anyway. I mean, not that you've got the most polite way of speaking ever. So, Miss Greller, I've got a question for you. Alright. About the day in question, before you happened upon the body, did you see the victim at all? Since we already know everything, I think twice about lying. Yes, I did. The ringleader called me at 7:30, so I went to see him. That lines up with the trace photo. You have a photo? No need to get into that. More importantly, we'd like you to tell us what happened at 7:30. I'm sorry, I'd rather not talk about what happened then. Could you give me some time regarding that matter? Okay, then perhaps we should hear from someone else first. Okay, very well then. Wouldn't it have been better to pry a little further? We can pry later. If we push her too hard, I'll have a harder time detecting abnormal heartbeats. More important than that, no, you almost just got us into a heap of trouble, you know? Huh? The fact that we use our skills on suspect is strictly confidential. If they were aware of our skills, they could think up counters to them. Oh, I didn't think of that. Seriously, I haven't figured out if you're a genius or a dunce. Watch your mouth, okay? If one of these suspects caught word... Excuse me. So that's when I said it. Wouldn't you rather eat that instead of taste like ice cream or ice cream if it tastes like that? If you're gonna change the subject, couldn't you have picked a better topic? That's sort of gross. That's all I can think of in the heat of the moment. I have something to say before I feel like I started out a bit harsh. With everything going on, I've been touchy and thank you for the second chance, Detective Not Rick Case. That's all I wanted to say. Whoa, that's a development, huh? She just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea getting close with the detective, huh? Still, she heard you. She even remembered your name, note. True. Oh, is that the spork? It's the spork. That's quite nice to hear. Honest gratitude. After all, we don't hear it often. Detective Brian! Again with the spork. So you bringing in the suspects? Indeed, both of them are waiting outside. Great, lead on in, one at a time. Let's start with the bloke. Magician Frederick Vernon, at your service. Pineapple! He's a pineapple. Whoa! There's a hairstyle you could spot in a crowd. You could lose your soul in a hand of cards to that hair like that. Hair like what exactly? No, have you still not seen his bureau file? Here it is. Have a look. Radial ignition. 1.2 meters. Temperature of flames by, oh Jesus. Be able to use an oxygen-free environment. Bruh. Alright. Ignition means he can light fires, right? And does that part mean he radiates outwards from a central point? Simple enough. Oh. Simple enough? It seems like something you men would enjoy. What? What does men enjoying... You lost me. I didn't understand that one. I'm just glad it's easier to understand than indiscernible object manipulation. Most of my magic... Oh, what is he gonna sound like? Most of my magic acts make use of my skill. Things like setting fire to targets and the like. I'd love to show you, but it may be difficult due to the risk of starting a fire.
That's quite alright. There are those skills enough to fool us about their skill. There are those skillful enough to fool us about their skills, making it necessary to check them out. But since your troop members here at Trump Towers use your skills during the performance, pulling the wool over our eyes is impossible.
Still, you can't really call using a skill a magic trick. Magic normally relies on illusions. Even if I did magic without the use of my skill, do you think anyone would believe it was a trick? This city is filled with staffers. I decided that instead of trying my hardest to conceal my powers and be called a fraud, I'll openly show them. Thankfully, the response was satisfactory.
Plus, there's something romantic about a man who could shoot fire out of his hands.
I think Thena might need some help. That's just maybe your personal preference speaking. But,
Oh, sorry. Calling you in here so suddenly must have been quite the inconvenience, yes?
no, it's quite alright. A man wearing a monocle provided me with a blanket and a spot of tea after turning on some classical music. Seems like the Baral treats all their suspects quite... Baral... What the fuck ever, you guys get it. Treats their suspects quite nicely.
The man wearing a monocle who goes to strange lengths.
More importantly, I'd like to move on to discussing the case. That's why you called for me, is it not?
Should we? Then please scoot in close to the table. Well then, could you tell me about the last time you saw the deceased?
If you'd like. This is Mr. Vernon. He doesn't seem as hot as his hairstyle makes him out to be. Alright. I visited the scene of crime about 8:30. It was due to personal matters I had to discuss with the victim. I knocked on the door for almost 5 minutes, but there was no response. I couldn't hear the slightest bit of movement from inside. So I just went back to what I was doing. I didn't go inside. I couldn't have killed him. Besides, there were no hard feelings between him and I. That's all I know.
Shorter statement than I imagined. He seems like he had a lot to say.
Well, that's why you shouldn't judge based on appearances?
No, with hair like that. He should be ending every sentence with fire! Or at least he could add in some passion, no?
So ridiculously rude, it's almost admirable.
Anyway, first things first. Check out the statements we've got so far, note.
Alright, let's see here. I've got 2 documents. Vernon's file and then, yep, Since I'm not a staffer, the only thing I could do is look for clues within the documents written by others. God, you needed a normal person to come in because you guys relied too heavily on your superpowers, huh? Alright.
Okie dokie.
What are we looking for right now? Visited a scene of the crime about 8:30. Well, let's keep this pinned. Hold on. 7:30, 7:35, 7:40, 8:30. 8:30. So around here. Square-shaped. Due to personal matters I had to discuss with the victim. Huh. I want to question that. Can I question that further? Oh, well, alright, never mind. In Mr. Vernon's statement, there's a blatant lie. A lie? Take another look at the witness statement. Don't you notice anything strange? Ah, you're right! I detected an abnormal heartbeat during the last line of his statement. Mr. Vernon is much more calm than his appearance would have made us believe. But even though he wasn't talking about death, you detected an abnormal heartbeat, meaning he was lying. Oh. Wow, not even familiar with the new terms, but you've already figured it out faster than Thena, using her skill. Stupendous. The false part of the statement is, besides there were no hard feelings between him and I, right? In other words, whoops. Oh, cute. You turn that off. In other words, Mr. Vernon did have a problem with the deceased, huh? That's right. We should get another statement regarding that part then. Is there a problem? Mr. Vernon, you said that there were no hard feelings between you and the victim, right? Yes, that's right. I'm sure you know the difficulties that may arise if we find out you're lying to us. I have no idea what you're talking about. The ringleader and I weren't exactly friends, but there is no friction between us. Heh. It's not gonna work. He's gonna keep dodging us to the bitter end. What, you're calling it quits there? You know that's an obvious lie. But there's no use! If he finds out about my skill, he'll refuse to tell us more. In any case, in cases like this, it's best to find something he can't talk his way out of. Something he can't talk his way out of? You've got to present undeniable evidence to the suspect. Evidence that proves the statement was a lie. Evidence that proves the statement was a lie. Things aren't all bad yet. We can get another statement, but we know which part was a lie. All we have to do is find clues that contradicts the first statement. So, do we have any evidence of a fight between the victim and Vernon? Proof Mr. Vernon's statement is false. In other words, we have to find a clue that Mr. Vernon was on bad terms with the victim, right? Then, if I can connect the clues with the false part of the statement, I can bring Vernon's lie to light. I should look through the documents we've uncovered thus far. Maybe there's a clue that will tell us about the sort of relationship Vernon had with the deceased. Is it the melted bust? Was that the right ones to pick? Stick. Detective Thena, did you happen to see the odd decoration adorning the scene of the crime? I think I saw it. Are you talking about that work of art that only people in the know could appreciate? Wow. Work of art? Was there such a work? You don't know? It's displayed right next to the bookshelf. Of course Mr. Vernon doesn't know. It's no simple work of art after all. It was the bust modeled after the victim. Really? Then why does it look like it was swallowed up by the abyss? According to Sergeant's investigation, someone melted it down with a powerful flame. Ah, fire, huh? How do you think that happened? There wasn't exactly a bonfire in that room. Sprinklers would have gone off. It would have been crazy. There are no signs the bust was carried out. It's even possible to make the bust look like that. The only way that it's possible is if it was done by a sapper with ignition skills. That sapper must have been absolutely hated the victim. The nerve required to make a bust of the victim into an abstract artwork. Mr. Vernon, Yes. With you and the victim, things were bad, huh? I would like to apologize.
Logical! Yay!
There he is, the cutie pie himself. Why lie? I know, right? Duh! I'm sorry, I figured that if you found out I got into a scuffle with the ringleader, you might turn your suspicion towards me. I thought about being honest with you, but you're all
Part of the Bureau, right?
Why does that matter? You're right. Since I'm also a staffer, I figured showing weakness in front of the Bureau, well, let's just say I had a bad feeling about it. I've heard that the Bureau has a bad reputation, at least at first glance, but I had no idea people trusted us this little. No, not even a question of trust. I feel like Mr. Vernon's actually terrified of us.
I'm not completely unaware of what you may be feeling, but making false statements will only hurt you in the end. I'm going to write up a new statement. Will you be honest this time?
I will. That flute's crazy. No one could have gotten along with that man. He never had the greatest personality, but it's only gotten worse these past few days. I'm aware he's amassed quite the gambling debt, so I'd wager that's probably the reason. He was crossing the line with how much slander he threw our way. And Geller got the lion's share. What does that mean? The only thing he could do was jump high, so he asked a whole lot from the rest of us. We ended up getting into a yelling match 2 days before the incident. Nothing good was said, so I kept it secret from the others. That's when I got angry and burned the sculpture. Even now, I think I went too far. That's why I went to apologize to him the day after the incident. Is that all I'm getting out of him? He's the one who forced you to style your hair that weird? Yes, the ringleader took his directing role very seriously to an odd degree. He made me look like a pineapple. That's it. He deserved death. I'm so sorry. He forced me to act like I'm this character, full of passion. At the end of every speech, it's fire! Or something similar that puts an exclamation point on what I'm saying. That's how Athena would have you do it.
No, it isn't! The thought never crossed my mind!
Did too. If the victim was really like that, why'd you stay at the circus this whole time? There must have been a way to shift careers. There was not. No other troops would accept us, I can assure you that. Regardless, that's all I have for you. Sorry to disturb your investigation.
Shall we call in the next suspect then?
I just did. Oh, wood. Careful. I know. This must be Miss Oz Aston? Indeed, Oz Aston, Trump Towers, residential acrobat. Here's her bureau file. Have a look. Ah, thank you. She's a Bowie. David Bowie. Dun 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 dun. Under 1 centimeter? Oh, chain reaction. Every 2 cubic meters takes 1 second to free. Oh, interesting. That's some crazy stuff. From what I can see, your file, Miss Aston, your skill is to chain ice formation. Ice formation, that would be freezing water into ice, but what's the chain part about it? The range of my skill is less than... Oh, well, she sound like a hot mommy, right? What's she holding? A popsicle! What else would she be holding? That is very clearly a very large popsicle. The range of my skill is less than a single centimeter. I can really only use it when I come into contact with water. However, once I use my skill a single time, it sets off a chain reaction, forming an ice block up to 5 meters. So if you merely touch the surface of a pool water, you can freeze up to a 5 meter radius? Yes, and I've shown that exact ability up on stage before. However, I'm not able to freeze any liquid. My catalyst, the only liquid I'm able to freeze, is purified water. I see. I've got a general idea of how her skill is used now. However, Miss Ashton, unlike the previous two, actually has the catalyst on her bureau file. Should probably keep that in mind. Now that we're done with the introductions, shall we get to the main show? The main show, huh? This woman is just as straightforward as Mrs. Vernon, huh?
Alright, let's get to it then. Before you begin your testimony, would you mind scooting up close to the table for me?
Of course. After all, I'm quite the cool character. I love her. I went to his office only once. The time was maybe 8 in the evening. However, I didn't step inside. When I stopped by, the ringleader was sleeping. I was worried he'd get angry if I woke him, so I returned to our green room. A time after, I heard Eula's screams. I sprinted to the office, where her screams were coming from. Oh, she's crying. Oh. I sprinted to the office, where her screams were coming from, to find his corpse. Are you alright, miss? No, my popsicle's melting. This is the worst day ever. Oh, whatever could you mean? When you recalled the incident in question, it looked like you were trembling. I believe you're mistaken. Such affairs hardly affect me. Few people would use such affairs to describe a murder. Oz Ashton, you seem rather, unique individual. You haven't touched that an ice lolly. It's an ice lolly. We're in Britain. It's an ice lolly. Goes with your water bottle. You're holding. So why carry it around with you? Perhaps Mr. Vernon said he was acting out of passion character on stage, right? That maybe Miss Ashton also was playing a character. We're not exactly on stage, so why keep the act up? Besides, what character is supposed to be? One with a split personality. That's so mean. That's so mean, Brian. Since Miss Vernon's with his fire and was made to focus on his passion, Miss Ashton was probably acting out of a cool-headed character. Think about it like that, I do feel quite symptomatic. Detective Thena, what's the matter?
Dear Lord, if I haven't figured it out, Miss Ashton's lying to you!
Excuse me? Excuse me, what manner of accusation is that?
Miss Ashton, you said you never opened the office door, right? Then how could you know the victim was sleeping?
Well, there's a perfectly good explanation for that. The explanation
is that you're the culprit. You snuck in while he was sleeping and killed the man.
Here's her gun again. Oh my god.
She must have lied about not opening the door.
That's a rather hasty conclusion to make. And would you please work on that habit of that habit you have of whipping your gun out of? Yeah, Thena, put that gun away, girlfriend.
You know what they say about old habits.
Detective Thena's logic seems sound at first, but is it true? Aren't there clues that contradict her hypothesis? Let's print out her claim and check it against them. I already know. We already know. Patty over there read that chair. Chair said, snores very loud. Alright, hold on. We need Ashton 1 and the memory thing. The ringleader was sleeping. Let's try snoring. Oh, okay, not that one. No, go away. Go away. Okay, there we go. I figured I'd help her out. Oh, damn. Hey, Tiny. Welcome to hell. Can I print this? Oh, let's do this one. Let's see if this works. How am I doing? I'm trying really hard to be smart. Big brain time. We're doing a bunch of crime demos today. It's been a blast. I have to wear my little lab coat again. Alright. Well, this just went... I don't know if this is gonna work. Share you? Oppose, I guess. See if that works. How about you, Tiny? How are you doing? Oh, I hate when it does that. It's so strange. Where is it? Not sure. I'm not sure exactly what we're looking for, I'm gonna be honest. Should check the conversation log once more. Alright. How do we tell Athena she's an idiot? From one idiot to another. Can I just use the entirety of this? I also want to know what 5 is. Something like this work? Drats. What exactly are we doing? Oh, that didn't help me. Thought maybe it would tell me. Like what exactly I'm looking for. I know we're doing something with, Ashton. And we gotta tell Athena she's an idiot. Must have lied about not having to open the door. Okay. Eight in the evening? I figured we would say... Oh, great. We would do with the chair. I don't think it's this. No, I didn't think so. Oops. Go away. Stop. Stop. There we go. I stopped by when the ringleader was sleeping, so I returned to our green room. To this one? I really feel like this is important, because snoring. I guess that's not important, though. Alright, let's see what the hints do. Oh. Are you kidding me? That's it? What else are you gonna tell me? Here's a remark from the transcript. Okay. Oh, that's it. That's all it's gonna tell me. That's the hint, guys. Baby? No. I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea right now. Oh. Are you kidding me? I was trying to look for real proof and I just needed the witness speech. Okay. What's wrong? Did I pour too much admiration? Did you pour too much admiration on me? That might lead to some problems? Oh, it's not that. I don't think she's lying. What? The part of Ms. Aston's statement about not opening the door, she wasn't lying. Why do you say that? Please have a look at the witness statement we just wrote out. When she said she didn't open the door, you didn't detect any sort of abnormal heartbeat. Indeed, if your claim were true, detective, you should have detected some abnormality in her heart rate when she got to that part of her statement. Alright, then what happened? How did Ashton know the victim was sleeping? This is when I'm gonna pick the chair. Was I once again, like 5 steps ahead of everything? Sounds about right. How did Aston know the victim was sleeping before setting foot into the room? Would it really be helpful? Yes. Where is it? Chair. Come on, clues. Yeah, see? I was just a step ahead. Of course, the sound! What sound? Snoring! Right when I was about to open the door, I heard the ringleader snores! His snoring was a thing to behold. So you heard the victim snores and knew he was asleep? You really expect us to believe that? It's true. Why are you doing this? Only to prove my claim wrong? What am I supposed to say to that? When the sergeant read the memory of the chair at the crime scene, she said she heard snoring. The snoring only stopped after there was a dull thud, the victim snoring right up to the moment he was killed. Then I can see no logic that leads to any sort of falsehood in her statement. I love his little monocle, he's so cute. Congratulations, Nose! You passed the last test! That was no test. Can we just say it was? No. Nah. Welcome to the dumb blonde sisterhood. Just play it off. Yes, I'm a dumb blonde. Let's go. What are they gonna say? You're a dumb blonde. Yeah, embrace it, sister. It's alright. So my name is cleared for this now? It is. Sorry to have cast the blame where it didn't belong. No, it's quite alright. As I said, I'm a cool-headed person, so it's natural for me to raise suspicion. Who's gonna tell her? I should. Miss Oz Ashton, you don't look a least bit cool with what's going on, everything going on. Instead of cool, I'd go with someone suffering from a mental breakdown. Just the overall concept of carrying around an ice lolly to look cool is so one-dimensional, it actually comes off as sort of cute, no? How could you? You're just acting cool because that's the character you played on stage, huh? The ringleader first saw my skills and said you can control ice, huh? Was the ice queen? He said I had to change my personality, my entire temperature in the green room to match that chill. That guy was insane, huh? I'm not the most skilled actress, so I try my hardest to keep up the cool attitude, but it seems like no use. I do believe we need to find out more about the victim. Jean Henry Houdin, in case you guys forgot. Could you give a statement about what sort of person Houdin was and your opinions were of him? I'd like to specifically focus on the role he forced upon you. Okay, I'll try. Honestly, it was Eula who suffered the most. But that's not to say she did anything to deserve that. The ringleader often said of Eula, I was tricked into hiring that girl. Greller can make things float, but only those close enough she could reach out and touch. If you really think about it, the leader's special ability had to do with soaring through the air, so he must have looked down on her. Also, he always envied Vernon for being the most popular and tried to throw a spanner in his act. I guess they got in quite the yelling match a while back too. He even tried to put his hands on me once. Fortunately, he stopped right before hitting me. That's all I can think of right now. Could I leave now? Indeed, you've put yourself through enough. Don't go too far, though. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. That victim was absolute human filth. Honestly, I find myself thinking I'm glad he was killed. Oh, God. Thank you, Brian. That's not something a detective should be saying. No one in this world deserves death. I'm still so untainted, our Brian. He's been untainted. Time to taint him now. At the very least, the fact that he was murdered doesn't seem that odd anymore. From the statements we've collected, we can now see that each one of our 3 suspects had a motive for killing the victim. If there's a single person in this world who deserves death, that's an interesting topic, but nothing we should be fretting from about now. There's not a single person in this world who could truly hide a murderer. Murder. That's the only important topic for the likes of us. Sergeant, all finished with the business you had to attend to? That I am. Here, a present. Collateral. Oh. What's this? The victim's bureau file. I found it at the nearest gambling den. He must have had urgent business to attend to. He left his bureau file as collateral. If the bureau had found out about that, he would have had a quick date with Channon for a ride. I don't know who that is. I'm not really surprised. I see that Houdin was a confirmed staffer. Confirmed staffer. He was confirmed. Given enough thought since they said everyone at Trump Tower was a staffer, huh? The victim's skills seem to have been capable of object propulsion, so he was firing things off? Looks like he was able to fire off objects within range of him like rockets. The victim, like other suspects, made a show of said skill at the circus. But I mean, this bureau file won't be as much use with how things currently stand, so you can ignore that. More importantly, I was listening on the spot. Have you still gotten Eula's next statement? We asked her about this visit at 7:30, but she said she wanted to make a statement about that later on. Strange. Aston said she heard the victim snoring around 8 o'clock. Even if Greller is our culprit, she couldn't have committed a crime at 7:30. Maybe something happened at 7:30 that's difficult for her to talk about.
Sounds like you might know something.
That's right. Miss Ashton's statement just a moment ago gave me a thought. Here's the document that spells out exactly what happened during Miss Greller's 7:30 visit to the scene of the crime. The answer's quite obvious when you stop to think about it.
Then show us. If you think something bad happened to Greller, show us the information that proves what it was.
Greller was reluctant to say she met the victim at 7:30, considering Ashton's statement and the trace we have around 7:30. I think it's safe to say what happened between the two of them was unpleasant.
Would it have to do with this little handprint? This little handprint? When he slammed his hand on the little desk because his masculine rage made him do it?
Miss Ashton said the victim once almost struck her, correct?
That's right. Thankfully he pulled back, so it remained that he almost struck her.
About that. Do you think it was really almost?
Excuse me?
If you take a look at the victim's hand in the trace photo, you can clearly see signs of an impact. Now that you mentioned it, I did notice that. Though, it's strange back then, so I made note of it.
What was it from exactly? A sign of a struggle?
No, we've confirmed that the victim was alive until 8 o'clock. The blow was struck before then. Well then, where did the trace come from? The trauma to his palm may have come from when he slapped someone, don't you think? People don't normally just slap an assailant when they're being attacked, so there's a good chance this is evidence of an unreciprocated blow.
No way! Ashton said it herself. He never actually hit her. I didn't detect any abnormal heartbeat during that part of her statement.
That might be true. Miss Ashton was never struck by the victim. Well, how about the other troop members? The blow was struck at 7:35. At that time, there happened to be someone else at the scene of the crime.
Ah, you don't say!
It was none other than the clown of Trump Tower, Eula Greller. So when Eula Greller oh, sorry, this is the other guy. When Eula Greller met the victim at 7:30, the victim assaulted her. Do you think that's part of the why she didn't want to discuss? Yes. Yes, it is. Probably. Duh. If you were a suspect in a murder case, you certainly would want to hide the truth regarding your conflict with the victim.
Also, some people hide the fact that they've been victims of crimes due to self-esteem issues.
Reason aside, note, since you found out the truth, Greller now has no reason to withhold his statement. Call him Eula Greller. Oh, that was Brian. There she is! Look, she's so cute!
What's the matter?
Miss Greller, let me be straightforward with you so we don't just end up tiring each other out. You entered the crime scene at 7:30. Did the victim assault you?
How'd you find out about that?
We have our ways. Does that mean you're admitting the assault took place?
No. We did get into our heated discussion, but the ringleader didn't lay a hand on me.
It would be wise if you told us the truth.
I just told you the truth. He didn't. What might I have done to him if... What might I have done for him to want to hit me?
Well, I can't think of a reason why he might have resorted to violence. After all, such an action is beyond justification. Yet, as to why the victim held ill will towards you, we've heard a few things. And the reason the victor held a grudge against you, Miss Greller, might have to do with... Where's my Ice Queen at? Ice Queen 2. I was tricked into hiring that girl. If it's not that statement, it's probably the next one. Okay. It counted. Hooray! I'm glad when it counts. Oh, she's so cute! Look at her little outfit! We heard that the victim often said he was tricked into hiring you. Miss Geller, your skills is limited in a number of ways, thus there's a limit to the number of stunts you're able to show us. Did those differ from the victim's expectations? Maybe that's why the victim...
He didn't hit me. He didn't. And would the victim of an assault ever say that?
She's sticking to her guns. Maybe it's about her pride after all.
That thing must be stifling. Excuse me. You're not performing, yet you still choose to cover half your face. That mask, do you normally wear it around?
Miss Greller, you mind showing us your face? Can we see what's under that mask? Hello, Ghost Wolf Prince. You're missing a dramatic anime detective story right now.
Please keep it a secret from the others. Oh, no, baby. Oh, she's so cute.
Oh, logical. Did the victim give you that bruise?
He did, and I'm sorry I hid it from you. I was afraid you might suspect me for the culprit, but more than that, I didn't want the other troop members to find out.
Why didn't you want them to find out? They know the victim was a bad guy, not you.
That's not true. I'm the bad one here.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, we'll hear the details when she makes her statement. Please tell us about your relationship with the victim. Okay, I'll tell you, though I doubt this is the information you're looking for.
Because I was so tiny and cute. Oh, she's so cute. Missing his cool music.
At first, I was making ends meet by holding street performances. That's when I familiarized myself with the stunts I perform on stage these days. Then one day, the ringleader just happened to see those stunts, and he asked me to come perform at Trump Tower. It was later, when I learned that the ringleader was looking for a new troop member with telekinesis and mistakenly assumed that I used telekinesis to pull off my stunts. It was because of him that I found my way into the circus, but I was unable to manipulate faraway objects like he was hoping. I tried to hide that fact from him at first, but he ended up finding me out. It was natural for...
Hey, what do you mean? Why did we skip that? Wait a minute.
It was natural for the ringleader to have a certain level of detest towards me. I don't blame him for hitting me.
Alright. Well, that statement came out completely different than how I was expecting it to. Oh. She's just a little guy! First things first, when you say stunts you performed on stage, what sort of stunts exactly?
They called me Jumping Jester, but it's hard to put what I do into words exactly.
You're talking about this. Aw, she's so tiny. I picked it up near the entrance to the theater. A poster for Trump Tower. So the floating clown up here is you, Miss Grella.
It is. I jump as high as I can into the air and then use my skill to stop in mid-air. As I repeat the jump, however, I climb higher and higher. Once I'm up there, I put on a show like I'm about to plummet to the ground. It's about eliciting the best reaction from the audience.
definitely sounds like quite complicated. I better take this poster with me and keep it all fresh in my mind. Oh god. Also, there's one more detail that concerns me. You said you didn't think much of the victim striking you, right?
It's not that I didn't think much of it, but I can understand why he did.
You understand? Was he prone to using violence with you? I want to ask her outright if she's completely serious about what she said, but I'm not quite sure that that's the case regardless. After all, there were 0 abnormal heartbeats detected during her statement.
This place, Trump Tower, is the first place where I felt like I really belonged. All the other troop members, we share the same wounds as me.
The same wounds?
Even if I were to explain it to you, Detective Case, I hardly think you'd understand. From the moment we're born into this world, every event we staffers go through forms a wound we carry with us.
Huh?
I understand how and why the ringleader became the person he was. It's the same for everyone in this troop.
Huh? I don't think they'd share the same.
Trump Tower is everything to me, yet I deceived the people here. It only follows that I should be punished for my deception.
I can't read her heart rate because she's not touching the table, but as a seasoned interrogations expert, I can tell that those aren't the eyes of a liar. I just don't understand. As it turns out, everything that happened at 7:30 was as I expected. However, it's hard to say that any of this counts as progress. Something makes me feel like I've only known a bunch of information I don't really care to know. I just hope that the new statement we've obtained gives us something to go on during the investigation.
Uh-oh, Scadios.
No, every character is absolutely batshit crazy, dude. It's anime Sherlock Holmes. What do you want?
I think we've heard all we're going to from our suspects. So, have you solved any part of this riddle?
I'm sure that neither Mr. Vernon nor Miss Aston stepped foot in our crime scene that day, though they both got all the way up to the door.
When you're dealing with staffers, murder from a distance is not quite out of the question. Just standing in front of a room is enough to raise suspicion.
When we really step back and look at it, the problem is we still don't know how the victim was murdered. After all, we haven't found our missing murder weapon.
But we've got a good deal of clues to go on. It's time we started bouncing ideas off each other.
Even if we started bouncing ideas off each other, which ideas should we start with?
First off, we require a means of identifying our suspect. Brian, you remember that favor I asked?
Ah, speaking of that case, I mean, is it note now, right? I have something for you. You don't need to correct yourself there. New information added to your files. Yay! Is this another trace photo? Sick! That's right. This is a photo I took in front of the ringleader's office. In places with a lot of foot traffic like corridors, it's hard to identify specific footprints, but there weren't many people who stopped in front of the door. What is 5? We still don't know what 5 is. Because all of our suspects routinely wear gloves, we had no fingerprints, but we were able to identify footprints from their foot sizes. From that, we can get an estimate of when the victim was killed. You do catch on quick. So let's make sure this matches the information we've collected thus far. Alright. First off, we discussed the set of footprints Eula Greller left at 7:30 more than a few times. These were the first. That's when Grella was assaulted by a victim. Yet it doesn't seem as though Greller holds any sort of grudge regarding that. As for the next set of footprints, at 8 o'clock, Oz Aston swung by the room. According to her statement, she didn't enter the room. However, she did say she heard him snoring. We were able to prove that statement true through Detective Thena's skill, showing that the victim was alive up to that point. Miss Aston was the last person to witness any sign of the victim was still alive. Frederick Vernon visited the room at 8:45. He testifies that he came at 8:30, but it seems like he was off by 15 minutes. Vernon says he would knocked, but there was no response. Thus we cannot confirm nor deny our victim was still amongst the living at that time. The last set of footprints were made at 9 o'clock. These were made when Eula Greller came upon the body of the victim. After that, Aston and Vernon reached the scene of the crime, but I decided not to mark the prints since they aren't pertinent to the case. There is one more piece of trace evidence that stood out to me, so I marked it on the photo, but that's a matter for a later time. It's number 5, isn't it? Because that's been driving me absolutely batshit loco, Brian. What the fuck is 5? When we put all that information together, we can estimate the time of death for the victim. Somewhere between Oz Ashton's visit at 8 o'clock when the body was discovered at 9 o'clock. Somewhere within that 1 hour window, the victim was murdered. Man. Logical! Yay! Great, we got time of death, so that counts as progress in the investigation, right? No, I can't agree with you on that. After all, each of us suspects visited the scene within that 1 hour window. Isn't that true? Yeah, I guess we still don't know anything. I was just about to disagree with myself. We're still clueless, huh? What's wrong with her? Just, don't mind her. I see. The last person to confirm our suspect was alive was Miss Ashton. The first to confirm his death was Miss Geller. And Miss Vernon dropped by. Mr. Vernon, I keep calling him Miss Vernon. I'm so sorry. Mr. Vernon dropped by in the time between. The fact that all 3 suspects can still be suspected of the crime means nothing has changed. How unfortunate. If we could narrow down that window of time, we might be able to narrow down our list of suspects. What if the victim was already dead when Vernon visited the scene of the crime? What if we had some way of proving that? If we were able to do that, we could clear Geller's subsequent visit and suspicion it was her. Yeah, yet it's not but wishful thinking. Is it though? No, what do you think? Me? What do I think? There's nothing I can raise an eyebrow out. Is there any clue we've collected so far that can lend truth to her suspicion? If we consider how Miss Ashton was able to confirm the victim was alive, maybe we could use the opposite. So like, Redfin says there's a good chance that our victim was already dead by the time Vernon got to the scene of the crime. I think about the method Aston used to confirm the victim should have concluded he didn't hear snoring. No one could have gotten along with that man. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, that one. Oh, the one under it. I couldn't hear movement. Wait. Time out. This one. Because if she can hear snoring through the door and he can't, he must be deaf. When Mr. Vernon visited the scene of the crime, he said he couldn't even hear the faintest rustling from inside. Moreover, we didn't detect an abnormal heartbeat when he said that. Thus, we have no way of knowing whether our victim was dead or alive at the time. That's not true. There's a high possibility the victim was already dead at the time. What? What? How can you say that with any certainty? The memory survey. When the sergeant read the memories of the chair our corpse was found in, she heard the victim's snores. Yes, the snoring continued before cutting out at one particular moment. Right, and what moment might have that been? The moment the victim was killed? Thought you were supposed to be the smart one, Brian. Come on.
Isn't that obvious? Do you know of any dead people who could snore?
I mean, who knows? The important part isn't that the victim stopped snoring. What's important is the fact that the snoring continued until the moment the victim was killed.
I see. If the victim were still alive when Vernon dropped by the room, he would have heard the snores coming from inside, yet
he didn't hear a single sound. In other words, when Vernon stopped by at 8:45, the victim had already been murdered.
That means any suspicion we had of Geller and her visiting the scene after are cleared. No, that's not right. Eula Greller is skilled in indiscernible object manipulation, so she's basically telekinetic, no? Even if she's not standing right in front of the door, she could have killed the victim through a wall or something.
About that, I don't believe Miss Greller could have killed the victim from a distance. You're waiting for now to say that? Note, the reason we weren't able to prove Eula Greller was the murderer is because of the strange way she approached the victim and the possibility of a murder from a distance. Is there a reason for your change of heart?
Is there a reason for your change of heart?
After arriving here, the things I've heard thus far, I believe we can say we have new information on Miss Greller. Does this information prove as Miss Greller couldn't have committed the murder from a distance? I've got a document that proves it. We got a document that proves it. Greller. Greller's third... Where's my Greller at? There's my Greller. I can't read it with it. I'm able to manipulate faraway objects like he was hoping. Oh, here. Combine those clues. Yes! Got it! Yes! Ashton's testimony? Miss Ashton spoke of something regarding Miss Greller briefly during her second testimony that piqued my interest.
Right, I remember Ashton saying that the victim tormented Greller the most, yes?
Correct. The reason for that is because Greller's skill. Greller is able to make objects float, but she can't use that power however she'd like. Even if this were a simple case of telekinesis, it would take great powers of manipulation to kill someone through a wall. But with Miss Greller only being able to float some objects, do you really think she'd be able to kill from afar?
Is there a chance that Aston's wrong about all that? It seems as though these people all use their skills during their performances, so unless they're hiding what they can do on purpose, the possibility she's got the wrong idea is quite low.
It turns out that Greller would have needed to get quite close to the victim to commit the murder. So we're right back to our original hypothesis. Yet the conclusion leads us to the exact opposite. As long as it stands that Miss Greller didn't enter the scene of the crime during the window of time we've confirmed the victim died, Eula Greller had no means of carrying out the murder. Dun dun dun! Logical!
With this, we can clear Eula Greller of suspicion. We've narrowed down our suspects to 2. But in the end, until we find out how the victim was murdered, it's going to be impossible to identify our murderer.
We still haven't figured out anything about the murder weapon either. We still know nothing about the most important details of this case.
If I may, though I can't say anything for certain, I have thought about our murder weapon. Maybe our murder weapon wasn't hidden. Do you think it might have actually vanished?
Vanished. It seems that you and I were having the same thought. One of our suspects is able to craft a weapon just like that.
Precisely. It's possible because of the skill the suspect has.
These two are talking about our other suspect's skill. Perhaps they're referring to this. Sick. The skill able to make a disappearing weapon is none other than Oz Aston's Chain's ice formation, right? In other words, you two think she crafted a weapon from ice? Precisely! That's precisely what I think! Why is she sneaking off? She just backed the fuck up. She was like, I don't want any part of this.
Precisely! That's precisely what I think. From the state of the corpse, it's clear that the weapon was a heavy, blunt instrument, yes? There's no way of hiding such a thing. It's obvious that it vanished, melting into a puddle. Whoa, I just gave myself goose flesh. Speaking of puddles, there was one on the scene of the crime, no?
Yeah, even if the weapon were made of ice, Miss Ashton never opened the door. We have no footprints that indicate she was ever entered the premises.
Well, she must have had her ways, no?
Her ways are exactly what we're here to investigate. Oh my god. There may have been a way around leaving footprints. If you take a look at the trace photo, there are a few square impressions left at the scene of the crime. Yeah, you're right about that. What on earth could have left such impressions? I know this has been bothering me since this photo. I thought they might have been like stepping stones made of ice. If Ashton were only to step on blocks she made of ice, it's possible for her to hide her footprints. It was just a thought, but what do you all think?
Oh! As the American says, Brian, give me some skip!
No. Oh dear. Oh god, they high-fived, guys. Well, Sergeant seems bothered by something.
Okay, let's go with that. Let's say the killer crept in on ice slabs and killed the victim with a blunt instrument made of ice. Then what would she do on her way back? She could just leave them where they were, no? They'd melt away? What if someone went into the room before they had time to melt? She would have to stand guard in front of the room with the corpse until then?
Well... If she could have somehow melted them... It's a bit of a logical stretch, but just in case, shall I help them work through this? How could she have melted ice in a jiffy? Oh. Heh. Heh. Huh. Huh. Partners in crime, huh? Like that. Like that here. If Vernon used his ignition skill, it would have been possible for them to have melted the ice slabs. Indeed, that's the ticket. Aston and Vernon are accomplices in this crime.
No! Give me some skin!
No. Take a rain check.
I'll write you in for 8 o'clock tonight, then!
Let's... Oh, God. No.
No, you're not actually entertaining their idea, are you?
Don't you think it fits? Water on the floor, it's clearly what Ashton used for her skill, catalyst.
Then they must have melted the ice they used for the murder weapon with Vernon's skill, and that's why the carpet was soaked.
Are there really no holes in Detective Thena's and Detective Brian's reasoning, or should I have one more clues? Yeah, there's some more clues. Was the puddle on the carpet made from when the blocks of ice melted? No, because someone said it was tea? Ashton's skill is having an important difference when compared to other suspects. Yes. We already know these two problems. Okay, is this one I'm gonna have to do it like this? And then pull up our... And then we could go, you need purified water and... It was tea? I don't know, let's find out. Yes! Alright. My apologies, but the water left on the floor couldn't have served as a catalyst. Excuse me? What are you saying exactly?
Note, are you a spy?
Please, just have a quick look at Ashton Bureau's file. Unlike our other suspects, Miss Ashton's skill needs a catalyst. These catalysts have certain conditions that need to be met for a skill to be put in use. In Ashton's case, she needs water to use her skill. Yes, but specifically she needs purified water to use her skill.
Why? What's that matter?
Read the documents carefully. The liquid at the scene of our crime was entirely black tea. I see. Black tea is hardly purified water. Miss Aston couldn't have used it as her catalyst.
Then our logic is...
Hogwash.
I guess it is. Brian, I'd like to return the skin you slapped me.
Rather unfortunate. I thought our logic to be quite sound. Unhigh-fived. Alright. It's just me and Genko for real. She's going on about returns. Oh no. Logical! Yay! Ooh! Yes. Oh! It's saved there. Alright. I don't know why it wouldn't save there, but that's fine. Interesting. What does that mean for me? Oh, it just saved? Okay.
Giving hope to people who have nothing going on for them, only to rip their hope away. You're absolutely wicked, Note.
I would hardly say we've got nothing going on for us. Did I do something wrong?
Well, their logic didn't really have a leg to stand on in the first place. If Acid had made a weapon out of her ice, we would have found a large tub to hold all that water. Though I must say, it was rather entertaining.
Who's calling who wicked now?
One way or another, we still got the same problem. After all this, we still have no one who could have killed the victim. That's where you're wrong. As long as we have the victim's corpses on our hand, our killer has to be out there. However, we're considering that every staffer in this troop to be a culprit. We couldn't have missed a smidge of a clue. Then it's all about the ice, huh?
You've really got a thing for ice, don't you, Detective Thena? Yet, from the lack of footprints, it's clear that no one entered the room during the time window when our victim died. And they couldn't have just flown in.
Plus, I simply cannot think of a way for any of them to have committed the crime without stepping foot inside. After all, the range of our suspect's skills are also short. How on earth did this happen then? This is the first time all three members of our division have used their skills and not been able to find the culprit. So, we have to rely on our fourth member.
You're talking about me again.
Indeed, you are our newest member, so try your hand.
The responsibilities shoveled onto the rookie is more burdensome than I thought. Even without her saying all that, I have no intention of giving up at this point. Accepting suicide, nah. We've got a culprit loose. However, we've got no clues at the crime scene to go on. I can't read. Every piece of information contradicts another. Let me think, is there anyone we're leaving out? So someone could have made the impossible possible? Is there only possibility we've talked about that seems genuinely feasible is done. Why is his face missing? Oh. Okay, never mind. What are we going for? What is this? Give me a hint. Oh, remarked from the transcript? Oh, oh. Hold on. Print. Support it? Do I oppose it? Oppose it? Okay. Hmm. Trots. What about that one? No? Here's a remark from the transcript. Okay. So I'm here. Or just the profile in general? Okay. I'm not sure what we're actually trying to set up right now, I'll be honest. I get the idea, but I don't know what exactly I'm looking for. Okay, so it is a remark from a transcript and then this particular file. Okay, so we're on the right track. I think I tried this already, and it said no. Trats. This one? I don't think so. I'm very confused. I don't know exactly our combination we're going for. Ooh. Wait a minute. This is a red herring. How about this one? No? Trats. Well, that's the only one that lights up. Oh. Let me just click on him. I don't know. That's not what I hit. Come on. This way? Oh my god. So I do her? Because we always have to fight her. I don't know what we're pinning. Okay. Okay, what if I do? I don't know, it's cool to have a magnifying glass though. Anyway. Like that? Oh, you lost me. What am I doing? Soars through the air. Who could he be? Diamond, clove, spade. Oh, and she doesn't have a heart. He left her out. He hated her. She's the Joker. Do we do that? Bruh. I gotta get out of here. Hold on. Am I supposed to do this and then oppose and then combine? Because it says he can fly. Fuck. Can I support it because he can fly? Fuck. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what I'm clicking. They lost me. Strats, guys, strats. My gosh, it's gonna be 10, guys. I'm freaking tired. Hold on, what's the name of this game? Stafford? Case demo. Hold on, I'm spoiling it for me. Don't mind me. It's like Phoenix Wright all over again. Why the victim disliked Greller? Nope. Why couldn't it have killed from distance with her power? Yep, we did that. School can make. Yep, we did that one. Are you fucking kidding me? We're gonna oppose her and click his name. That's what we missed. Right idea. Just wrong everything else. I can't say for certain, but maybe, just maybe. We say we're looking for all staffers as possible culprits, but is that really true? No, you're probably well aware of the fact that we've got 3 staffer suspects that were inside the theater at the time of the— No, that's not right. Houdin? He was a staffer too. The victim? Then, were you saying it was a suicide? There's a possibility. I think it's worth considering. After all, the victim was buried under a considerable debt. You're quite right. It's possible we haven't paid much consideration to this. I need some time to think. It works, doesn't it? The victim was the only one at the crime scene within that time window that would meant the only person who could kill the victim was the victim himself. And if it was really suicide, that would answer a few of our questions. Like, why was there blood splatter on the ceiling? You think the blood splatter was left when the victim committed suicide? I do. If we're looking at this as a suicide, there's no objections to be raised. No objections? Have you seen the state of the corpse? His skull was caved in. But putting that aside, how could that have happened? If you're saying he killed himself with a blow to the head without leaving behind the weapon he used to do it, there's simply no way that can be possible. Is that so? You raise a fair point. What do you think about that note? If I'm going to support my suicide claim, I'll need to refute Detective Brian's objection. I'm not sure myself, but if it wasn't suicide, there may be a clue that could refute my hypothesis. However, if my claim of suicide is correct, I may be able to shatter both of their objections. We're at a crossroads here. I need to think this through and come up with a proper rebuttal. Uh-oh. Alright, so we're probably gonna have to use this because we're bouncing ideas off of each other. It's probably gonna be against Brian. But what do we tell Brian? We just tell him because of the guy's power? Like, he's his own weapon? Oh, sick? Sick? Perhaps we don't actually need one? One what? One detective? You mean Brian? Where's this coming from? Not him. I meant a murder weapon. If the victim really did commit suicide, there may be no murder weapon. After all, he didn't really need one. Could I ask you to explain your logic? As Detective Brian postulated, these are some big words, guys. Someone bashing their own head in would normally be an impossible feat. However, the victim is no normal person. The victim was able to pull off a feat impossible for anyone else. You're talking about his skill. Speaking of which, what was his skill again? High velocity object propulsion. Simply put, he was able to fire off objects at will. At the scene of the crime, we found dots and playing cards deeply embedded into his dartboard. He may have used his skill to let those fly. So he used his skills to commit suicide. So perhaps if he shot a heavy object over his head and let it fall back on top of him... Not a bad theory, but it doesn't solve the mystery of the vanishing weapon. What if the heavy object was a piece of ice? Okay, that's obviously not the answer. He had the means of doing the deed without having to go through all that trouble. If you go back to the previous witness statements, we can see how the victim normally used his skill. And using his normal methods, the victim could commit suicide without leaving behind a weapon. Because what the victim actually fired upwards was... soaring through the air? Probably soaring through the air. Could it have been the feather? Why isn't it letting me do this? Could have been anything. What does he mean? I guess himself? I don't know. I figured he'd shoot himself with a feather. That'd be cool, but I guess not. But, I don't know. Yay! Oh my god, while there's an ad. Oh, I'm gonna go pee. You can't stop me. I have to pee. Everyone go do your stretch breaks, get some water. We've been filming for almost 5.5 hours. Streaming for 5.5 hours. I gotta go pee. Alright, hold on. Thanks for letting me pee. Thank you. Skylar was telling me that this game that I'm playing right now, this one, apparently it's not very popular Western size. It's apparently a lot of Japanese and Koreans playing this game, so that's really sad. This game's got a lot of character to it. I don't think there was any AI. You know what? Now I'm gonna pull up the Steam page. Hold on. Like, I don't remember reading anything about AI. Nope, no AI. I don't know. It seems like such a cute game. Whoops. I can't believe this isn't getting more love. I guess this is a very specific type of, if you're into Phoenix Wright or Professor Layton or something, huh? Anyway, let's get back to it. The members of the Trump Tower trope mentioned their leader's specialty a number of times. They said he could do nothing but leap high into the air. His specialty was leaping. If you look at it, this statement, you can clearly see how the victim primarily used his skill. Leaping, but the victim's skill was propulsion, no? The range of the victim's skill was less than 1 centimeter. If he could launch any object within that range, isn't it possible that he could also launch himself? So you're saying he could launch his own body and just fly off. And that was the stunt he performed. That sounds dangerous. If he messed up the power of his leap, even just a little bit, he could say goodbye to his legs on the landing. But this time, it was the victim's head, not his legs, he said goodbye to. It certainly doesn't seem like he misjudged the leap and landed on his head, though. Since the victim's goal was to end his life, the landing didn't really matter. It would have been enough for him just to shoot straight up at top speed and smack his head into the ceiling. Indeed, you're claiming the victim intentionally collided with the ceiling. If that's the case, there's no wonder there's no murder weapon. That's why Note said we didn't need one, right? He was talking about a murder weapon. Well, well, that explains the unnaturally large amount of blood on the ceiling. I noticed that too, but I couldn't see if there was any trace evidence left there since it was covered with blood, but perhaps... You're talking about the blood that came from the body crashing into the ceiling? When the victim wasn't killed, when something hit him, instead the victim's body was the murdered weapon. The vanishing murder weapon, the missing footprints from our unknown assailant, all of the mysteries surrounding this case can be explained when you considered that this was a rather unique form of suicide. The victim took his own life. And it can all be chalked up to suicide. Logical! Uh-oh. The ringleader of Trump Tower, Jean-Henri Houdin, was a man with a dark side. He was known to resort to violence when dealing with his employees, and it's only getting worse in recent days. The reason was that his victim had a horrible habit. His crippling gambling addiction left him buried under a mountain of debt. We can't know how much debt he was in for sure, but if we consider that he put his bureau file up for collateral, I think it's safe to say that the victim had his back against the wall. Mr. Houdini was running out of options. He could try to keep trudging through life, carrying his depths with him, or possibly be caught and punished for putting his bureau file up as collateral. He could do that, or he could end things on his own terms. That was his final choice. Even in ending his life, he chose the path that remained true to himself. He used his own acrobatic stunt to end his life. Houdini used his propulsion, the skill he'd been using to launch himself around the stage to allow his body to soar. Just looking at the dartboard at the scene of the crime, I could see how dangerous this skill could be if used on the human body. That was probably why he always controlled the strength he put into his skill. But this time was different. He propelled his body upwards at full strength. Mr. Houdini soared straight towards the ceiling. Comical, normal sound effect of something getting hit during my dramatic speech. Then he fell. After that, Miss Greller entered the office, discovered the body, and told the others of their leader's death. That's the truth behind this case. So he killed himself? The ringleader? Right up to the very end? I mean, it just can't be. That man, our leader, he couldn't have killed himself? Stop, Oz. With this, it's over. You're right. It's over. This is how it ends. I'm fine. It's not your fault. Have some of my popsicle, Vernon! I'm sorry, we're in London. My own slowly! It's not your fault. Well, that's delicious, actually. Thanks for letting me try some. The ringleader's death was his own decision. Come on now, everyone, you can have a lick of my ice lolly. Let's pull ourselves together. Even without our leader, Trump Tower still isn't gone. Just like that, our case comes to a close. Not the most exciting way to conclude things. Well, murder cases often end with such feelings. However, this may have been the best ending for everyone. Huh? In the end, none of the three turned out to be a murderer, and we won't have to see anyone hurt anymore. Those three will be able to put their trust in one another and continue on. No, you did this. Are you sure? Did I really? I hope that's the case. I truly do. Oh, yeah. Case closed. Good. Just like that, then. We'll summarize the events as they occurred. I just have to write it out like this? That should be sufficient. Now we just need to sign at the bottom, and that's that. When you're done with that one, fill out this one. Huh? Isn't this the same document we just filled out? That last document was our report to the Detective Chief Inspector. This is what we'll send to the police. Try to avoid referencing skills as much as possible while you fill this one out. I guess city people have their fair share of inconveniences too. Does anyone have any supernatural powers that will allow them to automatically fill out paperwork? They're not supernatural powers. Right, I know, they're skills, right? Because supernatural powers make them sound cultish. Indeed, you're catching on. Note, the first time we met, I was quite disrespectful, and I still haven't apologized for that, have I? Stop, you don't need to apologize. Then I guess I won't. Hiring you was the right decision. Thank you. Congratulations! Congratulations, because you solved the case! Congratulations! Apologies for the late return. Did you have a lot of work to do? It did take longer than expected. The roads were congested. About that, we're late because we had to pick up... Happy birthday! A picture of a cake? Indeed. It's a bit of a welcoming gift and a celebration, and the first case you solved, and it is just a picture. It's for me? Come on now, we're completely blown away! You have no idea you'd solve such a complicated case! I guess the chief gets a few things right every once in a while. It's quite fortunate that we had you on the case today, Note. It's got happy birthday written on it. This was the only one they had left. Come on, now it's cake. What's written on it isn't important. Here, no, blow out your candles. Huh? Okay. In the picture? Oh, wow. Cheers! Bloody terrific! This whole affair. Now it really is a birthday party. Note, I do need to apologize. I'll make you a proper cake later on. Huh? I'm not angry or anything, it's just that I've never been welcomed like this. Actually, I had similar thoughts of yours. I'm just glad to be part of the Mana Affairs Division. Right, I see. Well then, shall we eat? I'll go fetch something to cut it with. My word, doesn't that just warm your heart? We've got a lot to look forward to. Yay, now the group's all together!
Speaking of which, no, when's your actual birthday?
Not really sure. Huh? I'm an orphan. I never knew my parents. 'Cause of course I am. I'm the lead character. Pardon? Brian, why are you still facing the wrong way? Brian, come look at me, Brian. Brian? Come this way. Brian. Even my name, not Rick, was given to me by my previous employer. His name was Rick. That's why I got named not Rick, because I'm not him. Please stop laughing at my own jokes. I'm so sorry. They're not even funny. What's wrong with everyone? Nothing at all. What happened to all that energy from before? No, you're the star of the show. You should be enjoying yourself. Huh? That's not really my... take this! Huh. Thanks for coming back, Brian. Congratulations. Don't. Congratulations because you, solved the case.
We are looking forward to working with you, truly.
Brian's awkward attempt at singing continued until Thena gave him a swift kick to the shin. If I had to rate it, I'd say my welcoming party left a rather synthetic taste in my mouth. Like the chemicals in the cake. But just like that, I became an official member of the Mana Affairs Division. There was no question that I felt fortunate to be welcomed on as a full-fledged member. I had found my place here. But I also found myself thinking that more exhaustingly tedious jobs were right over the horizon. But as I sat there, writing the report for Trump Tower incident, a rather disturbing thought took hold of me. The thought that maybe suicide in such circumstances was simply impossible. But the case was already closed. Everyone already got their happy ending. And maybe that's alright. Return to the branching path? I'm sorry, what? Is this a double-ended game? I don't know. Let's find out, I guess. Where are we? Our first save point. That's not right. I can't believe there's multiple endings to a detective game. That's actually really interesting. Damn. Damn. Alright. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. We want to print this. Which one are we at? I need some time to think. Are there more cases after this one? I'm only playing the demo, and I think the demo has 2 cases. Don't we need to go back? You know what? I don't know. And it's almost 6 hours in. So now we know there's branching paths. That's very interesting. I think we'd have to bring up Greller again. Because she's known as the leaping clown. Whatever. Jester? Hold on. Yeah, the jumping jester. So I think when we said that there's no murder weapon or something, maybe it has to do with her. Because we talked about him flying up to the sky, then slamming his head comically on the ceiling. Welcome back, Hikaru. So I think it would have something to do with her, because she can also fly, quote unquote. Also, we still don't know what this 5 is. This is killing me. It was in this photo too, see? 5, impression, square shape. We haven't figured this out. This was just evidence we glossed over. This has to be something important. Because it's also here. Also, what's with this feather? Why did we learn about the books? What about the vase? I'm curious about this feather. Well, what really ticks me off is this thing. Whatever this thing is. I'm mad now. Alright, I'm looking it up. There are branching paths. We needed to get when Blondie said it's about the ice, so we're already too far in. That's fine. I'm not gonna continue it, but isn't that cool? Trap door? Doubt. Doubt. We're talking about supernaturals, which seems kind of culty, but you know, they were gonna fire me because I didn't have superpowers. Which is why Speed? What was his name? One of the first villains in My Hero Academia. I forget his name. I liked him. If everyone's special, then no one is special. Therefore, me, the main character that has no superpowers that I know of. Makes me so cool. Yeah, okay, so... Actually, if I have this pulled up, it won't take me too long, but I am hungry. How do I launch the save file? Let's see if this is the right one. Okay, let's see if this is the right one. If it is, I'll do the walkthrough really quick so we can see the true ending or whatever. It's all about the ice, huh? Perfect. All right. So it says we want to oppose Brian, and instead of picking this guy, we want to tell him our cute little Grell does some stuff. Okay. That's one mystery solved. Ah! There may have been one other person, someone able to enter the room without leaving a single trace. In the end, it's back to ice, huh? We've already concluded that wasn't the case.
And your theory is starting to be less entertaining. Ah!
But note, you're not making much sense either, unless our culprit can sprout wings and fly. There's no way they could have possibly avoided being detected by me and Sarge. That's exactly what happened. Our culprit flew. Excuse me, none of our suspects have a skill like that. One does, but you're right. None can fly per se. Maybe we can say it's more like jumping through the air.
What? Jumping through the air? I feel like I've read something like that before.
Maybe right here.
Oh, right, it's right here, the jumping Chester. This poster right here.
Yes, the person we've been searching for is pictured right here. Our jumping jester was able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving a single footprint. Thus, it's possible that our jumping jester was able to murder the victim. And out of all the people we know, I can only think of one jester. The clown of Trump Tower, Yola Grellor. For that one person only, this crime becomes possible.
In the end, after winding around for this long, we're back to the beginning with Greller being our culprit? No, if we had singled out Greller as our culprit in the beginning, she would have had a number of ways to argue how she was innocent. However, now that we've reached this point and erased every other possibility, the conclusion may be the same, but we're finally coming face to face with the truth of this case for the first time. As unfortunate as that truth may be. Logical!
Oop, I missed it. What now? Miss Greller, we saw the poster with all of you on it. We're well aware of your fantastic stunts you're all able to pull off.
Yes, and...
But of course, your stunt, Miss Greller. What was it again? I can't quite remember.
If you got nothing to say to me, could I go back with the others? No, stop with the fanfare and get to the point.
Miss Greller, your stunt is being able to walk on air, isn't it?
Actually, it's leaping.
I mean leaping, dancing. It's all basically the same thing. The important thing is that you were able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving a single footprint using that stunt of yours.
So it seems.
Huh?
Why does that surprise you? What? No, you're not using that as a way of suspecting me for this, are you?
But you're the only person who is able to enter the scene of the crime without leaving any footprints.
I'm always going in and out of there. Even if I were to leave a footprint after committing some sort of crime, I could say that they were from shortly before.
You actually couldn't have because of Detective Brian's, she doesn't know, we can't tell him everything, and time trace evidence that was left. In other words, even Miss Gaylor is our culprit.
Even if I were the killer, I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of hovering. Plus, I'm not good at controlling my skill in the first place. I don't really use it except on stage. Or is this that you have evidence I used my skill at the scene of the crime?
About that, could you give me a moment?
What should I do?
What do you think? What do you think? Geller's calm and is reasonable. After all, there's no way for her to know of Brian's skill. That's right, she had no reason to float through the air to enter the room. Even if she were to leave a set of footprints, we'd have no way of proving those prints were left at the time of the crime without my skill. It can't be. Did I get it wrong again?
Still, I think you got the right idea, Note.
Huh.
In her statement thus far, Greller has been quite easy to get worked up, but now she's being pointed out as our prime suspect.
Will you be much longer? Could you wait outside for a moment?
See, she's keeping calm and collected. She probably expected this moment would come, and she's prepared her counter-arguments well. Well, I think that's the case. We can't be sure.
No, what are you saying sounds plausible. What do the rest think of you? When it comes to Athena and suspect's psyche, she's never wrong. I believe you can trust her, Cole. Detective Thena, as I should know, there's a reason she's in charge of interrogation. Still, comes as a shock.
Geller stepped through the air when she entered a crime scene, but her reason for doing so wasn't to hide any trace of her being there.
In other words, Miss Greller had a different reason for using her skill. I'm not sure what that could be, though. We're still lacking some sort of clue. Sorry, tired.
You really think so? 3 staffers have already looked into this case. We've uncovered lies, detected the invisible, and read into the past. No matter the skill, it's impossible for the culprit not to leave behind some sort of clue. A clue remains. We just overlooked it. We wrote it off as something that didn't pertain to the case because it was all too neat. It's not the clues that are lacking, but our overall logic. That's my feeling in this case.
In the end, it's all feelings. This is so much reading.
Captain confirmed that the victim was alive at 8 o'clock. And Vernon confirmed that he was dead by 8:45. Somewhere in between, Keller must have used her skill to sneak into that room. When she did, she must have left a clue.
Is there really nothing going on with everything at the scene of the crime? There were no suspicions. There were no suspicious trace evidence left during the time frame our crime was committed? Yeah, there was. That green block. Alright, here we go. Trace photo of the crime scene. And we're probably gonna just hit 5. Is that what it says? Square-shaped impressions, yes. Alright, that takes care of that one. When you say clue, does something come to mind? Something does come to mind. I just keep asking questions. There were those squares impressions left at the crime scene. Do you all remember them?
Right, the ones Brian claimed were stepping stones made of ice?
We've concluded that they weren't made of ice in the end. Exactly. Then we naturally just moved past them. But now that I'm thinking about it, they were made at 8:30. That's within the time frame that the victim was murdered. Thus, they must be connected to the crime. But
why were they even made?
About that, it's not just those impressions. There's still so many clues in this case we can't come up with proper explanations for. Our overall hypothesis was wrong. Something I believed to be true has turned out to be false, if that was one falsehood led to all these errors. Sergeant.
Yes. What is it?
I'm going to make a bit of a mess. Hexalogic? Oh, we didn't have this in the last one.
Hey, stop! What are you doing? Why are you fooling around with all these official documents?
Note, I think you should fix this habit of yours, taking your stress out on inanimate objects. This isn't about stress.
If it's not, then why do we have even more to worry about.
I've been thinking about things all wrong. The secrets hiding the deepest can't be solved by simply connecting 2 clues. However, if we connect all the fragments left in different places, I have no idea what you're getting on about. But are you saying you can make sense of this? I am. I'm using supernatural abilities to investigate a case where someone with supernatural abilities killed someone else with a supernatural ability. In this situation, it would be insane to stick with the common sense. I've already gathered my clues. Let's toss out the common sense. Let's make every base of thought and smash them all. Okay. Select 1 clue from each of the 6 documents that points to the same conclusion. Press 2 to combine button at the center. Try a combination. See how many clues you've correctly connected. Oh my god, I'm so sorry! I can't help it. It's like 10 o'clock at night. I've been reading a lot. I'm tired. Try to find the 6 clues that point to the same conclusion. Begin. Alright, we got our squares. We got our squares. Can I, like, go back? Grella? Alright, let's see if that was right so far. Poster of the Jumping Jester. Square, square. Fool us about their skill. Okay. Cruller can make things float. And this. Combine. I've unlocked it. That's it. If you think about it like that, it explains everything. And to prove it, Miss Greller, please come back in.
Is your strategy session finishing up?
It is. And from that strategy session, we've come up with a suggestion for you. What might that be?
Wait, let's see what he's going to do.
Miss Greller, your stunt is leaping through the air. So could you show that to the detectives Thena and Brian here?
Well, I'm sorry, but that would be quite difficult. As I said before, I'm not good at controlling my skill. Those 2 could be in danger if they're too close.
It's fine.
Wait a tick! It's very much not fine. She said it's dangerous for us.
You 2 simply won't get close when Miss Greller performs her stunt. If you wish, we have no problem with setting up a suitable location for you. We just need you to show it to us a single time. If you show us, I promise we won't bother you or your friends any longer. Wait a second, Note. That's quite the promise to be tossing out here.
I'll permit it.
Pindy, have you lost your marbles?
Sorry. I want to see what happens next. Perhaps my curiosity has gotten the better of me.
Well, if Sarge has given her permission, then there's nothing we can do about it.
I'm the only one who's thinking about her job and salary. I accept. You're not going to back out on your end of the promise, are you?
Of course not. I could swear to whatever god you believe in.
Well then, let me begin right here. As I said, you mustn't get close. This is my stunt.
My word! And people pay to see this?
I'll have you know,
that I even juggle up here when I take the stage. This stunt, what on earth? Hey, don't give her that much grief for it. After all, she's showing us for free. That's not it. It's just... Detective Brian, please describe exactly what you're seeing. How does Miss Greller's levitation look like through your eyes? She's not levitating. As soon as she rose into the air, below her, I saw a trace of that same square. It's the same trace evidence left at the scene of the crime.
Trace, you. No, you're a staffer.
There must be contact between two objects for trace to be left behind, to be left. In other words, you're not making yourself float in the air, Miss Greller. You're just stepping up and standing there. There's an invisible object under you, and you created it.
No! What's this about an invisible object? This is all coming out of nowhere!
This is your real skill, Miss Greller. You can create invisible objects of any size and manipulate them at will. Let's put it in official terms. Indiscernible object fabrication. Nailed it!
What? But her telekinesis!
Everyone thought of it like that, but that's not the case. This is a piece of the puzzle that wasn't fitting. Miss Greller, from the very beginning, you've been hiding your true skill. This stunt of you having leaped through the air, it wasn't that you were lifting your body with your skill. You've just been making invisible footholds and jumping onto them. Telekinesis. The label sounded rather grandiose, yet the statements of the audience members and those around Greller were consistent, so I never doubted them. Note, you may not have known this yet, but a serious crime to lie about one's skill in this country. Why would Greller take such risks to hide her skill like that? She only began to hide her skill after coming under the employment of Trump Tower. When you think of all that happened back then, it's rather easy to predict why Miss Greller felt it necessary to hide her true skill. When the victim first saw Miss Greller leaping through the air, he must have thought, I finally found it! I finally found the acrobat I've been looking for, wielding the power of telekinesis! Yet, it was too good to be true. Miss Greller's true skill was creating invisible objects. As time passed, Miss Greller realized she wasn't the person the ringleader was looking for. Thus, she began to hide her efforts to hide the fact from him. All of this matches your statement, isn't that right, Miss Greller? Your string of lies, they were to keep you at Trump Tower. The truth you tried to hide is not only just the range of some small intricacy regarding your skill, and now we know all we now all know it. Woof. The truth of your skill itself was grand forgery. Your skill doesn't use telekinesis. Telekinesis plays no part in it. How? How did a staffer become an investigator? Logical! Hooray! I think I get it now. I think I understand how all of you saw through my lies. It's not just that gentleman there. Every investigator in this room is a staffer, isn't that right? Your bracelets aren't lit up, but you wear them just like other staffers. She found us out, though strictly speaking, I'm no staffer. You may have connections to the Bureau, but you wouldn't understand. However, some Bureau divisions do employ a number of staffers. They merely keep it confidential so it doesn't interfere with operations. Should you be telling her that? No need to hide such information from our preparator. Nailed it. After all, I doubt she's going to continue resisting. Just as you said, Detective, my skill has nothing to do with telekinesis. Instead, I'm able to create invisible objects at will. The objects are more or less cube-shaped, but I can create them with various weights and sizes, making them handy in a variety of situations. That's probably how the word manipulation worked its way into my skill name. I've placing objects on top of my invisible objects and floating around them, calling it telekinesis. She's rather brave to try to deceive everyone around her like that. But of course you know everything now, yes? How? I killed the ringleader. What I used to kill him. Huh? Come to think of it, we still haven't figured out the mystery of the vanishing murder weapon. No way. The weapon, oh.
No way. The weapon. You still haven't found it, have you?
Well, this isn't good. What?
In the end, I turned out to be quite the bad girl. To hide my skill from the ringleader, basically my family, I have no excuse for the fraud you accused me of. However, I didn't kill him.
Is she telling the truth, or is she trying to hold out on us? Miss Greller, you're the only person we can say for certain committed this crime.
I couldn't have done it either. After all, there's no murder weapon. You've got trace evidence on the floor, yes? Do you have proof it was my skill that left it? As I said before, I had no reason for using my skill to go into that room. And even if I did go in there, I had no weapon to kill him with. Do you think I could do that to his head with my bare hands? Don't be absurd. Are you trying to make me lose my job here?
You, the audacity!
So, time to keep your word. No more questions for any of us. I think it might be time to reveal what the vanishing weapon might be.
Sergeant, do you have any ideas?
Me? No, but obviously you're about to figure it out.
When was that made obvious exactly? It is my first day on the job.
Right, and I'm relieved to see you adjusting so well.
The arduous path I'm about to set out on is slowly coming to light.
Now I'm thinking about it, we've talked about the disappearing weapon quite a number of times, but we haven't uncovered a single thing about it. All we can be sure of is that it had considerable heft to it, otherwise a single blow to the head wouldn't have smashed a skull like that. It's not easy to carve in a person's skull, so the object in question would have weighed at least 20 kilograms.
For something like that just to disappear? You think such a thing to be impossible, but since the decrease remains with a murder victim, the deceased remains a murder victim, decrease. Oh my god, let me go to bed. We have to say it was possible. Geller must have some means of making the impossible possible. Let's look through our documents one more time. Okay, yeah. What's there one more time? What was the weapon? Whatever it was at least 20. Yeah, because of her power. We got that. That was easy. Alright. I finally figured you out, Miss Greller. I know now how you killed the victim.
What? Did you really figure it out? What was the weapon? No, more importantly, where'd it go? Was it actually ice in the end?
Please let the ice bit go. The weapon didn't vanish. It was never there. There was no weapon. There was never a weapon to begin with, and honestly, that only serves to further prove that Miss Greller is our culprit. What's that supposed to mean? I truly didn't follow a word. Everyone have a look at Miss Greller's bureau file. Specifically, check the notes section at the bottom. Duh.
This is where they write down a brief description of the skill. This is talking about a maximum weight that can be transferred to an object or the weight limit of an object to be moved.
No, we figured out that Greller's skill is in telekinesis, so the information written here... The information! It's talking about the properties of the object Miss Greller can create, yes? That's right. Now the information on her bureau files refers to the weight, number, size, and duration of the objects in question. And the part we should be paying attention to right now is the weight.
The weight limit? It's 20 kilograms. I heard that exact number just a second ago.
That's the number the sergeant quoted, as she said the murder weapon must have weighed at least 20 kilos. Finally, we found an object that meets her condition. That we have. We know what you mean in saying it never existed. Miss Greller, only Miss Greller could have committed this crime without a weapon. Only she was able to make her own weapon. Can't see it? Don't need to carry it around, and it vanishes after time runs out. You used that as a weapon only you could use. You used an object, you created it with your skill to murder your victim. You'd make a better clown than me.
Do you really think I could swing around a cube that weighs 20 kilograms? Let's just imagine that I could. Our ringleader's head was smashed to bits. Do I look that strong to you?
In truth, you wouldn't have to swing it. Don't you remember what you said before? Your skill allows you to create objects whenever you will them. You can make one whenever you please. In other words, your transparent objects do not only appear at your feet, you can create them anywhere within 2-meter radius of your body. For example, above your victim's head. If a 20-kilo object had appeared high above the victim's head, were to fall straight down, wouldn't such a situation be within the realm of possibility?
That's unfortunate.
What is?
The situation you describe. It's impossible. That wouldn't leave the ringleader's head in the state I found it.
You can make an object weigh up to 20 kilograms, so as long as you dropped it from high enough.
That's just the thing, dropping it from high enough. I couldn't pull that off.
What's that supposed to?
I get it. Your range, right?
Her range.
Seems like someone is thinking like a normal human. That's exactly right. My max range is only 2 meters. I can't create any objects outside of that range. Even if I were to drop something from 2 meters up, I'd have to be really lucky to kill someone. Busting in a skull like that is simply impossible. If things went how you say they went, I'd have to drop them from at least double that. I'd need to drop it from at least 4 meters up.
4 meters? That's a very specific number. How can you be so sure of the height?
Tried a few things out with my skills for the sake of our shows, of course. Note, I'm sorry, but I was thinking the same thing. An object falling down from 2 meters wouldn't have done that to our corpse. Are you starting to understand? So just give up. You promised.
I'm sorry, but I simply can't do that. Just as the Detective Thena said, Miss Greller's staying calm and collected, sticking to the script she's prepared in advance, though I can hear a slight tremor in her voice. I'm slowly driving her in a corner. There hasn't been a single flaw in my logic up to this point. It's clear the victim was killed by a falling object, yet Miss Greller's claims her range is insignificant for the crime. In order for Greller to have committed the crime, she would have had to make up for the height difference somehow. For instance, she could have climbed up into a piece of furniture before using her skill. Nah, if that were the case, Brian would have seen the footprints on the furniture with his skill. There were no such footprints! In fact, at the time of the crime, Miss Greller left no footprints in the room at all, yet... Speaking of which, there is something that happened when Miss Greller entered the room. I have one more suspicion. Perhaps that suspicion can turn into a clue.
No, there's no way Greller is getting out of this one. This may be the final answer we're seeking. Tell me, what did she use to create an object 4 meters above the victim's head?
Exactly. Yes. Hold on, we gotta get this poster back, but... Yes? Yes! We're in! I didn't even need a walkthrough for that one. That was nice. Once you stop and think about it, there's something else we hadn't figured out besides our murder weapon.
Something else?
Why is it that Miss Greller used the object she made to enter the room? But of course, have you figured out the reason why? Yeah, and the answer to that question is connected to the means Miss Greller used to murder her victim. Miss Greller was intent on using her skill to kill her victim. However, she wasn't sure if a single swing of one of her objects would kill him instantly. If the victim didn't die immediately, and were to let out a yell, that would spell big trouble for her. That's why she settled on dropping the object from a height to do him in. Yet she knew her range was too short. There's also no guarantee that the object dropped from 2 meters would silence him in one blow.
What? Didn't you say you were going to explain why she used her skill to enter the room?
You haven't figured it out? Why did Miss Greller use her skill to go inside? How could she be certain she would kill him instantly when she was lacking height? Each question provides an answer to the other. If I can sum it up what you're trying to say, the reason Geller used her skills to enter the room was to make sure she killed him with a single blow. That's why. It is. She thought up a plan to create an object at a height that would surely kill her victim. Nah, when I really think about it, I'd be willing to bet she already knew her plan, huh? Miss Greller's solution was none other than the stunt she pulled on stage.
Her stunt? You mean that air-walking clown bit?
As she puts it, the jumping gesture. Isn't that right, Miss Greller? Miss Greller can only create objects up to 2 meters from her body. If she wanted to create an object higher than that, she'd have to climb up higher. Leaping really into the air. I saw the blonde, I got excited. That's why she used her skill to enter the room, to get up to the height required to commit the crime. Geller's range is 2 meters. That means she could create a foothold up to 2 meters away. After she climbs up those 2 meters, another 2 meters from that she creates the object that would take a life. Resulting in the object would be 4 meters off the ground. Miss Greller, that satisfies the conditions for the murder you set yourself. However,
if you check the trace left at the crime, we can see other footholds she created, starting at the entrance. How can it be? Miss Greller's skill, all the invisible objects she creates. If she started with a block 2 meters high, she'd never be able to climb it.
That's right, so she started off with some lower steps, and then she slowly increased the height of the footholds as she climbed up each one. Just like a set of stairs. So it really isn't an air-walking clown. I see the jumping gesture thing now. That's exactly how she committed her crime, too. Even before entering the room, she was already on a small step. Then little by little, she climbed, moving ever closer to her victim. By the time Greller was in front of the victim, she was close to her maximum height of 2 meters. And then at her max height, Miss Greller made the largest object she could, at 20 kilograms, and let it fall. Comical smacking noise. She took the life of the victim, who slept beneath her, and she made sure she finished the deed. Anyone could have seen the victim was deceased. Miss Greller then fled the scene of the crime, relieved to be done with it. If there was one thing you didn't consider, it was your nightly routine, yes? The victim had a habit of drinking a cup of coffee every night at 9 o'clock, and it was your job, Miss Greller, to bring it to him. You knew that as the first person to find the body, you'd be suspected for the crime, but you could not go either. If you deferred from your usual schedule, you'd draw suspicion from the police. In the end, you made a cup of coffee as usual and made your way to the victim's office. But there was no one there to drink it. Miss Eula Greller, you are the culprit. Goodbye.
Yes, it was me. I killed the ringleader.
Well then, should I call the probation office?
Indeed, I'll leave that to you. So, these are cuffs you only use on staffers. Rumor has it there's a bomb inside that will explode if I resist. No, none of that. Nothing so dangerous. Just a high voltage electrical current and a neurotoxin. For me, that might as well be a bomb. Sorry, rules are rules, but you never know when an invisible brick's gonna fall on my head, right?
Harsh rules considering today's event doesn't seem justifiable.
Why won't you let us in? I just want to see her face.
Geller couldn't have done that. Let us talk to her.
Eula, can you hear us? Don't say a word until we get to the station, okay? Mr. Vernon, Oz. Dina, go help Brian outside. Aw. Come to think of it, there's one thing we haven't quite figured out, huh?
Huh, that can't be right.
Miss Eula Greller,
Part of your statement about not holding a grudge toward the victim was no lie. Then why? Why kill the man? You know the ringleader held a considerable debt, right? To settle his debt, he was going to sell off Trump Tower circus troupe. He said he was going to sell not only the theater, but also the right to perform under the Trump Tower brand. When I was called into his office at 7:30, the ringleader spilled the black tea I brought him and yelled at me like he was getting something off his chest. He said it was all my fault, that everything was how it was because I was such a lousy person. I couldn't disagree with the man. But everyone said the debt was because of his gambling, no? Yet he said the reason he turned to gambling was because of the declining profits from the theater. That part I'm responsible for. This woman has been blaming herself for everything all night. How'd she get into this state? I pleaded with him. I said I'd do anything he asked if he'd just hold on a little longer. And that's when he hit me. I knew it was coming. He's not the sort of person to change his mind just because I opened my mouth. I had to stop him, but there was only one way to do that. By that you mean killing the man? For me, it was all I could do. Trump Tower is the only place I can live like any other normal human. Instead of losing this place, I'd rather... In the end, you figured out it was me who did it. But things didn't turn out so bad. The rights to Trump Tower will fall to Vernon. The three of us were going to continue together, if we could. Are you happy? What? Whatever the reason you might have, you still killed a man. Don't you feel the least bit guilty? Guilty? Am I even allowed to feel something like guilt? How can I put this? I'm sad that the person I killed is dead. I can't really say I regret it after everything I've done, though. If someone who brutally killed another person were to turn around and have a nerve to cry about it, would you really accept that? Damn. Sergeant, I'm sorry, but would you mind if I waited in the car? Alright, you've done enough. Miss Geller, due to the provisions of the contract made between the Bureau and the Attorney General Office, you will be sent to a prison belonging to the former. I'll give you a moment to talk to the other members of your troop. They're not listening to us anyway, so make your peace. Alright, and I'm sorry for today. No, I'm sorry. On my first day of work, I was nearly shot at. Kicked off the force, but in the end I solved the case. So why do I feel this way? On top of that, I can't see Big Ben from here either! Ah! London sucks, dude! What was my reason exactly? What on earth brought me to this city, if not Big Ben? Case closed! Yay! That's the second case closed! Not the second case, that's the first case, but the branching path of it. Do we still get our birthday cake? Like, do I have to click through this? Is it gonna be the same thing? No, maybe not. Okay, looks like you solved the case. Stopping by again. Oh, it's the chief. You came back alone? I sent Note off because he said he needed to get some air. Note, huh? I've seen you grown a liking to Detective Case. So, how is he? Up to snuff? He definitely helped us out. He's quite a talented individual compared to me. However, I think calling him a genius as you did is pushing it. He's a little clumsy in places, and more than anything, he's severely lacking in his understanding of phenomenon. So that's not the whole job, is it? 42 minutes. Besides the time it took us to get there and back, that's how long he spent on this case. Expecting the time it took us to survey the crime scene, that is significantly shorter than before. Before Nodrick came along, it took us at least 3 times that at our very fastest. It normally takes people time to read through and comprehend the documents, time to understand all of the clues and come to a conclusion. Not Rick. He's not Rick, remember? Logical abilities need neither.
There's almost no gap between him receiving a question and coming up with the answer. Honestly, following his steps into logic is too much to ask. It's not simply a matter of intelligence either. That kid, are you sure he's no staffer?
From the way he describes it, when he focuses on something, he feels like time around him ceases to flow. That's just ADHD. Or hyperfixation. Is that a superpower? Because if so, I got that. However, no mana was detected coming from Detective Case that you'd normally find when staffer use their skill. You know what that means, right? He's just autistic. Or has ADHD. You know how it is.
Not Rick's abilities stem purely from his talent.
Seems that way. Phenomenal ability is indistinguishable from phenomenal abilities, you know what I'm saying? Actually, maybe it's more than that, you know? Rather interesting, is it not? Imagine what a talented boy could do in this city when he's not weighed down by the disadvantages of being a staffer.
Is that the only reason you hired him?
Sergeant Redfins. Oh, I skipped it because I wasn't expecting him to do more. The tone you just took makes me feel as if this is an interrogation, and that bothers me a bit.
My apologies.
Why the sharp tone? Something not going your way?
Quite the opposite. Our case is closed, so I was just about to go out for a smoke.
Smoking's bad for you. You should turn to sweets like me, because that's way better. I stopped by this new ice cream parlor in the square. It's not half bad.
If you knew you'd bring it up, you should have brought some to share.
It would have melted? Wait, come back? There's a different ending, too. This is interesting.
Is someone there?
It's just me. Not Rick. You know.
How'd you find this place? The way up here is an absolute maze, and I'm pretty much the only one able to navigate it.
I saw the map on the fourth floor and noticed a space that looked different from the other floors, so...
Okay, I think I follow. Still, it'd be better if you didn't wander around too much. If you wander into a prohibited area, it will be the firing squad for you.
I figured it out a short time ago, but as I expected, our employer is the worst around.
Hearing you say that, I guess you're finally full-fledged employee.
Honestly, I thought you were joking just a second ago.
I'm honored you'd think that. Cigarette?
No, I don't smoke.
All right.
I do, though.
A nice view, huh?
I don't smoke, by the way, for realsies. You can barely see through all the fog!
Right. Good luck today. Honestly, it's not that good of a view on a clear day. There are only factories and a slum out that way. It's only when the fog covers all the muck that the view is worth looking at. At least, it's worth looking at for me.
Sergeant, those three at Trump Tower, they seem to harbor some resentment towards the Bureau. I mean, it does seem natural for them not to like us since we place regulations on staffers, but this feels more than that. It was something Miss Greller said. Just being staffers is like a wound you have to live with. Sergeant, is life as a staffer in the city difficult?
It is.
Why is that? Don't you supernatural's a slur in this universe. I mean, don't your skills make life easier for you?
If you want the answer to that question, you only need to take a look at the Bureau file.
A Bureau file?
There's a part of every Bureau file that shows you just how staffers are viewed in the city. Do you know which part I'm referring to?
You're talking about the threat level.
That's right. Giving the staffers a threat level presumes that every staffer poses a threat. We predict that the amount of damage each staffer is capable of causing, and we regulate them accordingly. At a court level, Geller may as well have been born with a revolver in her hand. We restricted her access to certain places, so it would have been impossible for her to find a proper job. Then add to that the amount of discrimination she has to tolerate from the rest of society. Of course, there are times when a skill is recognized as useful, and the Bureau hires the staffer on. Have
Have you noticed that the metal bracelets Thana and Brian wear? I've got one of them under my sleeve, too. All staffers are required by law to wear them. The performers of Trump Towers were wearing those bracelets too, huh? But unlike the one Detective Brian wears, theirs lit up. The light represents the staffer's threat level. Geller and Vernon were yellow for the Colt level, and Aston was green for her Bowie level. Staffers who work at the Bureau are able to hide the color of their lights. That's why my bracelet isn't lit up. In other words, staffers outside the Bureau are required by law to wear a bracelet that displays their threat level. That's nuts. Staffers are treated like they were Staffers were treated like they were threats from the moment they were born and could never hide the fact that they have skills. Miss Greller, that's why she was so obsessed about her fellow performers at Trump Tower. I have no idea what sorts of ideals you've brought you to London, but I think, just maybe, that this isn't the sort of place you thought it was going to be. I'm not sure what brought me here. I told myself I was to use my talents to help people. I doubt that was really something so noble. It's like I wanted to be the protagonist of a detective novel. He stares at the camera like an episode of The Office. Solving some cryptic case at a single glance. Revered by those around me. Making a good deal of cash. Finding cases with a dim-witted assistant tagging along. That's vaguely what I imagined. Honestly, I never actually thought I'd be able to live that sort of life, but still, I accepted the offer to join the team because I thought I could put my talent to good use. However, once I solved that case, I figured something out. The person who was killed wasn't a character from a novel. He was real. It was a real person who killed him. I was only a character there, the relaxed inspector. Then I started having these thoughts. Was there no better alternative for the victim and the culprit? Will Geller get to try to get revenge on me if she's let out of prison? Why do I go through all of that to catch the criminal when no one is rewarded for her being behind bars? Did I really do the right thing? Still, with all that, they're just thoughts. The victim, Houdin, started out as a respectable ringleader. That only changed when Eula Grella joined the Trump Tower troupe. Houdin took out a loan to buy props for Eula Grella's performance, but the returns were poor. Houdin started gambling to try to pay off the debts of the circus took on, and then the addiction took hold. Geller said it was herself. All the blame was on her. Geller knew she caused it all, so she was ready to protect Trump Tower at all costs. Then she settled on murder, the worst possible means. Geller continued after that. She said she was looking for someone to stop her and punish her for her crimes. Perhaps Geller actually was grateful that you solved this case. Are you serious? No, that last part was a lie. Idiot American. What's wrong with you? Isn't that going too far? Seriously. If what I said were true, would you give our job some other meaning? Would that give our job some other meaning? No, a detective job is always the same, note. We're here to find the truth. It's not our job to make the world a better place, or tell right from wrong. We're just here to find the truth. And it's something else you're wanting, use the time you'd grumble and gripe to get on the plane or whatever and head back home. However, if you don't know what you want, then stay here. Stay, find whatever truth may come, and keep on complaining like you are today. After all, there are certain things that start just that way. Making the world a better place, telling right from wrong. Maybe you'll find whatever it is you're looking for along the way. Shall we head back to work? We've still got reports to write up about our case today. Could I, just stay here a bit longer? It's sort of hazy, but I think I could just make out the hands of the clock that way. Unfortunately, really. This place used to be all mine. Uh-oh, we stole her spot. She's gonna hate us now. And then is this gonna be the cake part? Congratulations! Like that? The cake part? Oh, it's the cake part. Okay. Okay, yep, fill out the paperwork. There you go. Congratulations, you did it. You solved the case. Here's a picture of a cake. Blow out the candles in the picture. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Get those bongo kitty clicks in. I don't know, I'm an orphan. I'm the main character of this novel series. They threw the cake at me. Brian's gonna try to sing the song to fix the moment. God bless Brian. Brian's a sweetheart. We love Brian here. Uh-huh, uh-huh, just like that. We did it. Such a ridiculous feelings. They usually turn out to be wrong. Here's the report on December 25th. Oh, of course, a Christmas case. Just like Phoenix Wright. At 9:30 in the morning. There was a murder reported. At the London branch of the Bureau. The victim's name? Oh, don't kill Brian. Please don't kill Brian. Well, now I need to know who died. This isn't fair. I was gonna end it here. Alright, well now I need to know. I'm hungry. It's 11 o'clock. Skylar has to go to bed. I want to know who died at the Bureau. So let's do that really quick. Uh-oh. I just want to know who died. I don't care about the story right now. That sound. He's dead. He's really dead. How was it, you worthless piece of filth? I knew the day would come. Let's hurry. It's all because of you monsters, whatever, I don't care. After all, it wasn't me who killed him. Alright, but who? Oh my god, please let Brian be okay. I hope Redfin's okay too, dang. Let's hurry back. What'd you have to buy? Paper for the office, inks, 5 kilograms of tea leaves, you know things. Sergeant, because of the case files back here, is already 0 room. Uh-huh. Isn't it heavy? It feels like it'd be flattened. Sorry, been a month since- oh, it's been a month. That's nice. There's magnifying glass, by the way. So most cases with their skills, I was giving reviewing cases, filling out paperwork, at times of being a question, blah 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 blah. Why do you look so worn out all of a sudden? Huh? It's not that. I brought snacks too, so feel free to eat if you're feeling peckish. So that's what smells so good. Sausages! We're strange. Contains 0.2% of pork. What's in here? Are they vegan sausages? You have to leave some for Thana and Brian though. Okay. Do you not like sausages? No, it's the packaging. The pig's grinning from ear to ear. I was wondering if he should be. Is that your issue? Isn't that normal for him to be? No, it feels like putting a big smile on a human on packaging a bunch of human meat. Might be rather effective advertising for cannibalism. Now I have to put myself in a cannibalist's shoes. Oh my god. Anyway, there's not much pork in it. Watch this, I'm taking a closer look. It says it contains 0.2% of pork. I said that. With only 2%, not even 2%, 0.202%. A good con artist always makes sure that they have an escape route note. There's no such thing as a good con artist. What about me? Anyway, if the sausage is only 0.02% of pork, what's the other 99.8% made out of? Fish? Flour? Maybe? Cheater meat? Huh? Creature meat? Creature meat? I'm afraid to ask, but what did you just say? You mean creatures? Another new term. You don't know? It's rather bothersome. I guess I should explain it. You understand staffers now. Man inhabits people called a staffer. Uh-huh. Yep. That's right on top of the animals. They're called a creature. In case the staffers and staff takes random powers and just skills. So yeah, okay. Some creatures get quite needy. Oh. No documentation of creature meat having an adverse side effect on the human body. Alright. Okay, but who dies? Who dies? Who dies at the office? The sausage looks great, though. I could use one right now. A little salami for the kitty, please. Who dies? We're back. Sausages. Hooray. Where's Brian? Where's Brian? Oh my god, please. Brian? Brian? Coordinate-based object transmission? That's crazy! Okay, there's some trace photos, so Brian's still okay, I hope. Case 2! Pet shop. Well, that didn't say the bureau. Oh, unless there's creatures in the basement of the bureau. Like canine police. Oh, hey, she's driving this time. Okay. Let's hurry up. The murder occurred at the creature management facility called Woods. Oh. So nobody died. Actually, no, we still don't know who died. The head of the facility, Jerry Thompson. Oh. Of what they assumed was Jerry Thompson. Oh, sick. His hand was found in his office. The rest of him was found in the waste treatment facility. Sick. Okay. 3 staffers. Okay, cool. Oh, he's cute. Oh, she's cute. That's the DILF that has, like... Okay. That's the guy with the crazy powers that I just read. What are their powers? Now I'm curious, but I don't know if we're gonna see all of them. The reptile wing? Alright! Look at him! Look at him! Oh. Look at him. That's a turtle. Leave my alligator alone. There's Brian! Okay, thank God Brian's safe. Oh, there's the DILF. Wait, hello there! He's so cute. Thank God Brian's okay. I was really worried. Alright, alright. Enough of that, I guess. Case 2. Sick! It's Thing! Thing made it! This wasn't the way things were. No, this is exactly how it was decorated. Sick. Wow. Cool. Look at that. Cool. Alright. Cool. Alright, check it out. Cool. Alright. If I mess up, my dad's gonna beat me. Anyway. We'll just end it here. This is crazy. Hold on, I'm bringing up my, Nobody told me my model broke. Thanks, guys. You're awesome. Y'all didn't tell me. Oh, now my mouth is stuck open. That's so funny. Oh, great. Great. Now my mouth is stuck open. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hi. I don't know why my mouth is stuck open. We're just gonna deal with it because we're done. We're done. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Skylar's gotta go to bed. My poor Skylar. Who's on? Let's go see which of our friends are on. Oh my goodness. California Corrupted is on. Loki's on. Lokito. Palm is on. And Killums is on. Alright, what are we feeling? Palm is drawing. That's cute. Killam's playing Pow World. Lokito's playing For Honor. And then California Corrupted's playing Pokemon TCG and then Resident Evil 9. He's currently playing Resident Evil. You guys want to go look at Sexy Leon? I'd love to look at Sexy Leon. What are you thinking? Anyway, there's for my followers. Those are for the subscribers. My little oh, don't make fun of me. Raid S. I spelt raid wrong. Don't mind me. And then you can see if you copy this one, it will give you the cute little emotes. See, isn't that nice? Anyway, I'll have to think of better raid messages, but there you go. That's what I got for now, because I'm big dumb. Anyway, it's almost been a 7-hour long stream, guys. Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore. I don't even know if I'm going to stream tomorrow, because I got, like, a bunch of stuff going on. So we'll see. If not, I'll stream on Wednesday, I promise. Okay, we're gonna go bug California Corrupted. We're gonna look at Sexy Leon. Alright? Now get out of here. Oh, we gotta wait. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go! Alright, YouTube. It's you and me. Bye.